Every part of Donald Trump's foreign policy, it was a disaster. I would
He's
look
out
that
of
up.
his depth. He's out of his depth.
Out of my depth? Okay. The analysis is childlike to defend Trump, right? Well, there were no wars, right? Wars don't just come out of nowhere. There's a buildup for how these things happen.
So what he just did is he said the conditions for the largest slaughter of Jews since 1945 were created by President Trump.
A lot of the stuff that he did during his presidency was kind of a build-up to the frustrations that would
Oh, nice, cat girl. Didn't fucking ask. I'm sorry, that was rude.
Fears the senile old man in the White House who talks to dead people.
I didn't mean it.
That's why the world is on fire.
I liked your post, though.
The question I want to ask you is a question I can't ask you on YouTube, which is about January the 6th and everything.
Oh, was it I'm gonna blow you?
Do you believe the 2020 election was stolen?
So to say that he went along with the peaceful transfer of power is just a lie.
Well, he did, because he left the White House.
Yes, after he failed to steal the election.
Gentlemen, welcome to the debate. Seb, Stephen, thank you so much for coming on. Obviously, we want to focus exclusively on the election that's upcoming, and one of the things we agreed before is that both of you get a chance to set out a positive case for your candidate, something that we never hear anymore because everyone just criticizes the other person.
I'm gonna go kill these celebrating women.
Stephen,
They don't deserve to be happy.
Why is he good?
I think that Biden is a good president because I think that he's shown that he's willing to defend and strengthen our institutions. I think that the United States is only as strong as the institutions that we have. You can have parchment guarantees from constitutions that say you're afforded XYZ rights, or you're guaranteed in the United States to be able to do some particular things, but at the end of the day, if we don't have a government telling you that the food is safe, or this medicine is safe, or your car is not going to explode at the end of the day, I think that none of those things actually matter, the parchment guarantees. So I think that Biden has done a really good job.
Oh, I'm sure she didn't.
Reaffirming our institutions.
Because most people don't have a sense of humor.
Towards them. The second thing is I think Biden has done a really good job at being able to actually bring different people in Congress together to pass legislation. I think that bipartisanship is really important right now, considering how divided we are. You've got things that Trump said about infrastructure for 4 years.
But a lot of girls that are like that, though, they don't know what the internet is like.
Taxes on our own citizens, whereas Biden was able to pass the IRA and the CHIPS Act, which both have fostered a ton of new manufacturing that's been happening in the United States, which I think is really cool.
No, he does make a good point. You just need to listen, cat girl.
The foreign policy under Biden, I think that our aims right now are a lot more noble than they were under Trump. I think that regardless of your feelings, our participation with supporting Ukraine against Russia or supporting Israel against the situation in the Middle East is a lot more defensible than endless drone wars that we're trying to hide in Yemen, fighting in Syria, whatever other, the photo opportunities with North Korea, the back and forth with Iran, whatever.
Because Trump didn't get much legislation passed other than the tax cuts, and the tax cuts didn't really help much. Biden did a lot of stuff. Well, I wouldn't say Biden did a lot, but his administration did quite a bit. But was Biden a perfect leader? No.
It's really that simple. And
but no, listen to this. Listen to this fucking idiot Britain guy. He doesn't even give a real explanation as to why Trump was a good president.
In the White House,
you should his first answer was, "Oh, he loves America." That's not an answer.
That clearly detests.
I love America. Most Americans love America. That's not a fucking answer.
Voted for him in 2016. There's a reason that recently in Harlem we saw what? We saw a black 10-year-old child chant out, "We love you, Trump," which was then picked up by all the adults around that young boy, because they see in that man authenticity. He's not a machine career politician. He's not somebody with 21 shell companies funneling money from communist China, Russia, the Ukraine, into his son's dodgy dealings and then into the Biden family. He has authenticity and he loves America. The first time I met him, I've told this story on your show previously. I grew up in the UK. It was a very different culture for me to meet this reality TV star in his, golden tower in New York. But within 30 seconds of sitting down with this man, I realized two things. He loves America and he hates political correctness. That is the antithesis of the political class, whether it's rhino fake Republicans or the institutionalized Democrats, and that's why he's trounced.
Still hasn't given an answer, by the way.
Significant poll in America. People see a man who understands America has lost its way. The elite on both sides of the aisle have betrayed American, especially American workers, and we need to fix it. That's why.
And is it really true that like the Biden and the people around him hate America? I mean, isn't that an extraordinary claim to make, Seb?
It is. It's kind of perverse, but if you look at everything we've done for the last 3.5 years, answer the question thusly. What else would you do for 3.5 years if your ostensible goal was actually to destroy America? What would you do differently? Nothing. You'd open the borders, you'd give billions of dollars to the greatest state-sponsored terrorism in the world, Iran, that every Friday chants death to America. You'd undermine our relationship with our closest ally in the Middle East.
Yeah, but Trump fucked up Iran because he basically gave them free reign to make nuclear weapons.
Than we've ever seen since the end of the show, the end of the Holocaust. You'd make it harder.
Trump's the one that destroyed the nuclear deal.
When on the first day of the Biden administration, you ban the XL Keystone Pipeline extension.
What do you fucking mean, guy?
More energy exploration on federal lands. And what do we have? We go from $1.80 a gallon of petrol to now we have in California $6. When you're a man who lives on how much it costs to put a full tank of gas in your car, if you're a worker, if you're a plumber, if you're a carpenter, you've crushed tens of millions of people.
I hate women who are happy. Only I'm happy.
Think of this thing. It's set up by one person. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to Sebastian. Listen to Biden's former boss. 5 days before he became president, he said, "We are."
And before Catgirl never comes to my streams ever again.
Man, Constantine. Don't tell your wife you want to fundamentally change her because she won't believe you love her. You'll be on the couch or in the doghouse, okay? You don't.
I'm the woman slaughterer.
Wish to fundamentally change, and that's what the left has become.
Well, there you go. I'm getting marital advice as well. Stephen, there's quite a lot there. I'm going to come back to some of the points you made in your opening and let Seb probe at them as well. But there was a lot there. Do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with almost every part. I think that, I don't think Trump loves America. I think it's pretty obvious that Trump loves himself. I think even Trump fans will admit that Trump is more in love with himself than any other individual entity that exists on this planet.
You can't deny that he is a narcissist.
One of the most interesting things that happened with conservatives.
Foreskin disciple time.
Found a common man who's not a part of the elite to champion their causes, and it happened.
These women took my foreskin. They shall be punished.
New York City that was essentially born with a silver spoon. I think that's incredibly interesting. When you talk about, like, I mean, we could go into family stuff. I think it's interesting that people are so critical about Hunter Biden when Kushner is signing multi-billion-dollar deals with Saudi Arabia, when Kushner was working in
Hold on, but that's whataboutism, right? That's not, like, Hunter Biden could be a bad guy and Jared Kushner could be doing whatever you say he's doing. Those are not...
Sure, I'm not. It's not a whataboutism because it's not a defense of Hunter. I think it's more remarking that it's interesting what conservatives that are fans of Trump are selectively skeptical of. That if Biden had created a position in the White House for his son Hunter to work under, and then he had sent his son to go and negotiate on behalf of the United States, and then afterwards his son was signing multi-billion-dollar deals for companies that he worked with, this is like Burisma, but 100 million times worse because it's in the official capacity as a government worker while being related to a president who didn't divest.
I guess all I'm saying, sorry to interject, I really want you to get the time, but I just, that argument could be played the other way. If Donald Trump had a son like Hunter Biden, who was...
Of course the argument could be played the other way, but...
Everyone on the left would be outraged.
It's just throwing it out there, like...
People on the left talking about Kushner that much, considering how crazy those deals are.
He's right. No one talks about the son-in-law. Everybody just cares about Hunter Biden.
Taylor Greene has pictures of him in Congress. I don't know if you saw that. In terms of, like, what would you do if you wanted to make the country worse? I mean, I can think of several things. I would encourage my supporters to lead an insurrection on the Capitol. I would try to say that the election results weren't real. I would claim that the election was
Drumps, family fucking minors while on drugs.
I'd probably start to gain notoriety or popularity in the political world by suggesting that the current president was born in Kenya, not the
Do we actually have hard evidence of Hunter Biden doing that?
Birth certificate stuff with Barack Obama.
And besides, what does that have anything to do with
wanting to fundamentally change this country?
President
I think
Biden running the
wants to
country?
do that. I think Biden genuinely loves the United States. I look at somebody like Donald Trump, who undermines basically every single part of this country, whether it's the legal and judicial system, whether it's trust in the voting process, whether it's NATO, whether it's U.S. Impressions or the U.S. reputation abroad. Yeah, I think that Trump fundamentally has no respect for any part of this country. That's why he suggested suspending the Constitution so that he could look for voter fraud. It's why before getting elected, he said that people that burn the flag...
Don't you RAR XD me?
...should have their citizenship stripped from them, which is insane. And I would also probably try to undermine the current sitting president and the current sitting Congress by telling them that they're not allowed to get things done on the border, because if we keep that as a real problem, it'll help me in the next election cycle, which is why we weren't able to pass any bipartisan border legislation to actually fix the asylum problem that we have right now that the current government's hands are tied on.
Seb?
I just, most of that is just absolutely risible. He loves himself more than anything, any other human being on the planet. Yeah, that's why he's facing 730 years in prison right now because he wants to be president again. He could have just gone off back to his private life, running his businesses, but no, he actually said a few days ago, I'm prepared to go to jail and make that sacrifice.
Dude brings up Hunter, and other dude brings up other guy as counter, but neither of them mean anything, so they are both retarded. Well, yeah, that's... But no, the whole point is everybody makes a big deal out of Hunter Biden more so than they did out of Trump's son-in-law. That's the point. It's not that it has anything to do with it, it's just whenever you talk about Hunter Biden... Everybody likes to bring up, or at least a lot of the far-right people like to bring up Hunter Biden. And it's like, what's he got anything to do with...
I'm glad we're so good at psychoanalyzing people.
What's his name?
That's what a lot of people would think.
But let's look at the facts. He wouldn't be where he is today if he wasn't running again.
It's a double standard thing that's being pointed out, not like it's supposed to matter.
Whether it's the Fannie Willis corrupt prosecutor in Georgia, whether it's the person, Letitia James or Alvin Bragg, funded by George Soros during their campaigns, because sadly we elect these people
You
in America.
fucking whore.
Campaigned on putting President Trump in prison. How perverse is that? And with regards to, he did it all for himself, and he did
How
nothing for
perverse.
Do you have any idea how much energy costs went up under the Trump administration, just for average families?
The president doesn't influence energy costs that much.
He does when he shuts down fracking and all licenses for oil exploration on federal lands. Don't divert.
U.S. oil production is at an all-time high, so that's a
absolutely
non-point.
not true.
It is.
Not true.
It is. We're energy independent right now.
Okay, you're making stuff up. Okay,
people
how
go look
much
it up.
how much did energy go up? Do you know under Trump?
Are we counting the last year under COVID when the entire
How
world
much
was slowing down?
over 4 years? How much did energy?
That's another thing. None of the fucking people on the right want to acknowledge, like, COVID. Like, the whole reason that energy costs didn't go up,
It's a function of what we created.
like, during Biden, or during Trump's reign is because,
We were net exporters of
like,
energy.
2 of those years were under COVID.
For the lifeblood. An economy requires energy. I know it's a scary, evil thing for the left, but oil and gas is how you run an economy. It's how you get food to people. So when we became the first time ever a net exporter, or talk about the other aspects of the economy, we had the lowest unemployment for minorities in the United States since record keeping began, and the lowest unemployment for women for
Like, this guy's just being dishonest.
we have today. I mean, it's absolute. The fact that most families in this
Like, I don't like Biden's rhetoric, but
handle a $500
Trump also,
emergency.
he's not the god that the right wants to prop him up
That's
as.
why Harlem is shouting, "We love you, Trump." I don't know if you saw President Trump after he had to leave the court last week. He delivered pizzas to the firefighters in Manhattan. It's really interesting to watch that video, not just of how he was received by those people.
He
who
delivered
run
pizzas,
to
whoopty
fight,
fucking shit.
Americans. One of the firefighters actually audibly says in the background, "Save us, Mr. Trump." That doesn't happen if the man's selfish and if the economy's absolutely superb.
Save us, Homelander.
Illegals in 3.5 years to crush the working man and woman in America.
Stephen, even as a fair observer, you would have to say, and feel free to come back on the point, Seb.
Oh my God.
The immigration issue, the illegal immigration issue. seems
Millicent,
to
do
be
your job, you bitch.
much worse under President Biden. Would you agree with that?
Yes, we're facing unique issues right now, yeah. under Biden.
So, why would you want to re-elect a man who has allowed this many illegal?
If they take my foreskin, I can't hide.
To say the vast majority of Americans agree that this shouldn't be happening.
I think that when it comes to border stuff or immigration stuff, I think that most of the disagreement, I think for America, I think we generally agree on most things for what the immigration policy should look like. The problem is we have a very unique problem right now at the border relating to asylum seeking, and the federal government's hands are tied in terms of how you can deal with those people. So with the way that the law works right now, if you're an illegal immigrant and you come up to the border, you see that like the encounters have gone up dramatically. Well, so is the actual catch rate of people coming in. Like, not that many people are sneaking past the border guards. The reason why is because you don't have to actually sneak into the country anymore. You just have to show up between a port of entry, or maybe even at a port of entry, and go, hey, I'm here to seek asylum. And once you've done that, it's like a get out of jail free card, and you're basically, they have to take you in, they have to process you because of how the federal laws on the books are right now. And then because we don't have enough judges to actually go through all the cases, you're given basically a slip. You're saying, hey, please show up for your trial, and then you basically release them into the country. Some people would try to say that
Stupid ass.
Biden does catch and release. Like catch and release law. But we don't really. It's like a combination of pretty complicated things on the books for how we deal with asylum seekers. Now, Biden and the Democrats in Congress wanted to deal with this, but Trump was literally telling Republicans in Congress, do not touch the border issue. That's why the bipartisan...
That's also true.
Largely approved of a few years
Because
ago.
that bill that was supposed to help with the border crisis was done, the bill was written by a Republican. And Trump once said don't do anything because he wants it to use it to get reelected.
That's an issue that Biden and the Democrats tried to solve, but we couldn't do it.
Look, I want to hear Seb's answer to that and other things you're about to say, but just, I can tell you someone, look, I was born in the former Soviet Union. I don't live in America. I can promise you...
Which honestly, that's a smart move. If you're gonna use that for re-election, that's a smart move. That's a good play, but it also fucks over the American people.
Right. You can't just turn up to the border of Russia or China and like walk in and then be like, oh, can I please... That's not how it works. It's not... Look, the idea that a country has a border has not been controversial for very long. This is a very new thing, and the fact that the number of people has skyrocketed since President Biden was elected, you can't put that on the Republicans.
Well, I'm not putting anything on the Republicans. What I'm saying is what I'm putting on them is the refusal to fix the actual issue, which is passing legislation to do it. And the last huge bipartisan bill that died in the House was supposed to increase the amount of judges we have to work through asylum seekers. It was supposed to change the standards that we would use to evaluate people claiming asylum, and it would have increased funding basically for every part of the border security.
Wouldn't it be easier to just erect a physical barrier that prevents people from going into this country except at a port of entry?
No.
Not because of the laws that we have.
Because the issue is what I said. The issue, if you look at the vast majority of people that are coming in, and you talk about things like catch and release, it's asylum seekers. These are laws on the books that have to change. You can go to a border right now as an illegal immigrant and just like, hey, I'm like claiming asylum. Can I come in?
Nothing to do with laws.
And then that's the issue that you have when you're trying to deal with.
And this guy is like trying to hand wave everything away. It's like...
process. And you say that like, well, other countries have borders.
It is. It absolutely has to do with the laws. Not all of it, but there's quite a large bit of it that does.
It was in the background. There were tons of refugees that were streaming into Europe, and there was a huge crisis. You saw a lot of right-wing parties gain popularity because of how unhappy people were. In Sweden, you've still got residual issues relating to those immigrants. You had the AfD rising in popularity in Germany.
This guy's just so dishonest.
France.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
But the problem is that all of those decisions about letting those people in, they were political decisions. And that's why people are frustrated, because the decision to allow 1 million refugees into Germany was a political decision, after which Angela Merkel admitted that multiculturalism doesn't work. It's not like the countries failed to have a border, it's that politicians choose to create a situation where millions of people flood into the United States.
I agree, but that's the choice that
I love you, Millicent.
made right now when we've said, hey, we can change this with bipartisan infrastructure, or with bipartisan immigration legislation. It was on the books. It wasn't on the books. It was a bill. It was ready to be passed. It would have addressed all of these issues. But Trump told Republicans, do not pass this bill. I need this as an election issue, and he didn't. Even though this bill had, I wish I could remember the name of the the Republican that had co-authored this, but this is like basically a Republican-authored bill that would have fixed all of these problems.
I want to give you more time on the other points. But
I will say one also, just so one quick thing.
We're truly honored to be partnered with Monk Debates, the place where the world's leading thinkers debate the most pressing issues of our time. The next Monk debate is one I promise you will not want to miss. The motion is anti-Zionism anti-Semitism? On June 17, British commentator and trigonometry favorite Douglas Murray and international legal expert Natasha Hausdorff will debate former MSNBC anchor Mehdi Hassan and Israeli journalist and critic Gideon Levy. To find out how to become a member and watch the debate live, go to www.monkdebates.
Go to www.
Conservatives love to bring up the lowest unemployment for minorities under Trump and blah, blah, blah. We have the lowest unemployment for minorities right now under Biden. The idea that you would look at unemployment and use that as like a win for Trump, when unemployment under Biden has been the lowest that it has been in all of U.S. history. And it's after rebuilding an economy, not like soaring ahead of like historically low interest rates year after year after year, which kind of led into a lot of the issues that we experienced with inflation and having to tighten up interest rates and everything. The economy under Biden has done exceedingly well. It would be nice if we had a Democrat come into office that wasn't trying to clean up the mess of the last conservative. We had Obama come in after the end of Bush's presidency, which was the 2007 housing crisis, which was like an international financial issue. And then we had Biden come in after Trump's horrible mishandling of COVID. It would be nice if we could actually get a Democrat to come in and run a clean 4 years instead of cleaning up the mess of the last conservative and then still trying to compete on things.
Seb, obviously you heard my interjections about immigration, and I think they're fair, certainly from my perspective. But the one thing I have also heard, including from many Republicans who might be mutual friends of ours or people who are high up in the Republican
It's a bonehead.
is that Donald Trump is playing politics with these issues right now in order that he has a better chance of winning. Do you accept that?
No, I don't. Let's talk about this canard that the left wants to fix this, and they had legislation that a rhino, a fake conservative, sponsored in the Senate. The legislation stated that if you
a fake conservative. So George W. Bush is a fake conservative now. Now that he fucked up, now he's a fake conservative.
America every 24 hours. Of course, we're going to say that's garbage. That's insanity. The idea that they, in good faith, want to fix this. Let's just look. In preparation for today, I called up the former Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, and I asked him, "What is the situation like?" Let's just talk about.
We call them boners.
8 million.
Fair enough.
It's hard to even fathom. In the last 3.5 years,
I call them dead.
7,000 felons at the border. These are criminals coming into America. That is a 99% increase over our 4 years in government. Let's just
Don't
say
you shoot me.
Besides that, they found 160,000 felons, convicted felons, in America, including 4,700 murderers and 8,000 gang members, one of whom murdered a beautiful 22-year-old nursing student called Laken Riley in Georgia.
Now you're just appealing to emotion.
After he was asyleed into America by Joe Biden's system, was then arrested for endangerment of a minor in New York, and Alvin Bragg, the Democrat DA of New York, led him onto the street so he could murder this 22-year-old. Let's be clear. They created this. You're right. It's policy decisions. My parents were real refugees, real asylum seekers, because if my dad had gone back to the land of his birth as an escaped prisoner from a communist prison, he would have been shot on sight.
So your dad was a convict?
I'd say 8 million.
Your dad was a convict?
Coming across the border into America. And let's just use the stats of the left. The United Nations, hardly a hard MAGA entity. Human Rights Watch, not exactly America First. What have these organizations stated about the deluge, the invasion of illegals across our border under Biden?
Methinks
Between 50
he does not think before he speaks.
Of the girls and the women are being raped or sexually assaulted by the coyotes, by the human traffickers.
He said the
It is
word.
absolutely empirically a statement of fact that Joe Biden has become the largest human trafficker in human history. The party of...
Come on, sir.
No.
Come on. He's not
numerically.
Come on.
Numerically.
No, that's not what I'm disputing. I'm disputing the idea that he is a human trafficker.
Totally. His policies.
It's happening under his watch.
His decision. Let's talk about what he said.
No, hold on. But he's not a human trafficker.
He is.
That's ridiculous.
His policies have made his...
Even the moderator disagrees with this idiot.
Argue with 12,000 illegals a day.
Human-
12,000!
To call someone a human trafficker implies they're doing it on purpose. Come on.
They are doing it on purpose. I'll tell you why. Because they are so bigoted and so racist. Remember, this is the Democrat Party, the party of the KKK, the party of the Jim Crow laws. This is the party that, whose activist murdered the first Republican president, Lincoln, the great emancipator. This is the DNA of the Democrats.
Do you realize Lincoln wanted to keep slavery
Believe if we let in
and keep
illegals because they're brown-skinned, because they're black, when we amnesty them,
like he said, if he could keep slavery around, he would, but it's just not feasible.
because of their skin,
Like, everybody thinks Lincoln's like the white savior of the black people.
they're doing it. This isn't an accident. You don't open the borders an accident. You know that. And this isn't because of humanitarian stuff. Let's talk about why it's happening technically and why he is the largest human
Finish the point,
trafficker.
and then I want to say something.
How do these people come into America? You know what CBP1 is, Steve? CBP1 is the app that illegals download on their way to America. It's funded by you and me, by American taxpayers. They're sitting in Mexico. They're sitting in the Dominican Republic. They're sitting in Afghanistan. And they download an app where they pre-clear themselves. You tick a box. I am Mickey Mouse and I'm an asylum seeker. When you cross the border, you say, hey, I'm registered, and you're let into America. That's deliberate, Konstantin. That's not accidental, that's deliberate. And these people are political refugees.
Okay. Why didn't you build a wall when you had the chance?
We tried to, and we were stymied consistent. You know what President Trump had to do? This is the insanity. The protestations from the establishment were hysterical. We had to
It was the establishment's fault.
and say the border is actually a national security issue if you've got terrorists coming across the border. We had to repurpose national security funds to build the border and buy the steel to build the wall. That took us over a year. What does Joe Biden do? He comes into the administration, and the steel members that we had bought to secure the border.
He said steel members as in penis.
That's why it's deliberate, and that's why he's a human trafficker.
The talking points are funny. I think it's really funny. I think if you're listening to this in video form, I think you should rewind because I think Seb accidentally gave away part of the plot. It's funny because you described that border bill and you said that it allows 5,000 illegal immigrants to come in a day. Minimum? Wrong. That was the maximum cap.
No.
One of the issues that we faced. I did, sir. I did read it. Let me finish. I did read it. You should read it as well. No, I did read it. And it's funny because what you'd said later on was that we were seeing numbers sometimes in excess of 12,000 per day. The reason why that bill was so important, one of the things that would have been nice is it would have actually placed a cap on the amount of people that were coming in and claiming asylum. That 5,000 per day would have said that once we hit this cap, we are not processing anybody else. You could have
Yes, it is true. It was written by a fellow Republican of yours, dumbass.
Which was already about to be challenged by a ton of legal people around.
Which is why it makes me upset. You're eating yourselves. You're not working together.
This is still an internationally debated topic, but that is what that legislation seeks to do. If you feel, again, so passionately about the border, why didn't we pass any bipartisan infrastructure or bipartisan immigration legislation? Why did Trump shut it down?
Because you have to have the other side acting in good faith.
You can say that, but you did. If you really truly believe that the other side is at fault, then it seems like you need a candidate besides Trump because Trump wasn't able to get anything done when he was president. You just said it yourself that Trump had to repurpose DOD funds to do it. Trump had a larger margin in Congress. Trump had all three branches of government and accomplished less than Biden did when it came to legislation, when it came to the border, when it came to infrastructure, when it came to foreign policy, when it came to almost every single aspect of running this country. And Trump was the one that came in saying, I'm the business guy. I can bring people together. I can get these things done because I know how to get people to work together. And all I hear from people once Trump left office was, well, the deep state got me, and it was the other guys, and I couldn't do anything, and I had to take money from the DOD to do it, and I couldn't figure anything out, and blah, blah, blah. And now that he's out of office, supposedly running for America, despite the fact that what he's really running for is so that he can pardon himself from his crimes and be immune from, hopefully, state charges, what he's really running for, is to save himself. And that's why he didn't care about the border. That's why he tries to continue the border problems. He wasn't able to fix it when he was in office because he's more concerned with his reputation than actually bringing people together to get anything done. I don't understand how even if you believe everything that you've said, that asylum seeking is an issue, that illegal immigration is an issue, even if you believe that these are issues that are brought by Democrats intentionally and they're destroying the country, which are all ridiculous claims, Donald Trump is not the guy to fix them because he already proved that he couldn't do it once.
Right, so we can go back and forth saying, I read this, I read that. Look it up for yourselves. Everybody can do that, okay? I just want
And I have looked it up. What the fuck? Get your ass back down here.
Have the capacity to say, yeah, the Democrats are strong on the border and immigration, and Trump isn't. I mean, it beggars belief. It's risible. It's risible.
That's one of the weaker points.
It's risible.
I think a very strong point that he made right
Yeah,
at the end,
riz.
one I'd like to hear you answer is, Donald Trump, you say, didn't build the wall because there was a lack of support from the other side. They were not acting in good faith. Okay. What, you think there's going to be more good faith after he gets elected, let's say, in 2024?
Right, I'm not sure it's the good faith that's the problem. He seems to pay.
You said the good faith was the problem.
No, but let me just unpack it in terms of what's possible and what isn't. I said this when I was in the White House. I said it after I left the White House. Donald Trump won the election despite the GOP, not thanks to the GOP. I mean, this is the oddity. I mean, this is what Americans forget, and I find it funny that I have to, remind Americans who are born here, unlike me, a legal immigrant, that Donald Trump, the American people did something utterly historic.
This is why I don't think British should be welcome here.
Every chief executive, from George Washington to Obama, was from the same class. They were either senators...
Get him out of here. Get him the hell out of here.
...or retired...
Throw him out in the cold. Don't give him his jacket.
George Washington to Obama. Then what did the American people do in 2016? They say, we've had it with the swamp, the establishment, the rhinos, the Democrats. They elect a man who's never run for any office, not county dog catcher, a guy who has no political background, and they say, F you to the establishment, we want him. That's actually historic.
F you.
Now, that's what the president had to compete with. When we walked into the White House on January 21st, I said this publicly back then, there were less than 20 of us in senior positions like myself who were actually America First and MAGA, right? Because it was an insurgency. It was a political insurgency. The establishment hated President Trump. We had people inside the building who were actively subverting him, even his former chief of staff. That will not happen in a second Trump administration because the president understands what Reagan taught us. Personnel is policy. We can't have, people betraying the will of the American voter inside the wire, inside the building. It's more than just, oh, well, he didn't pass legislation. He actively had people who believe in the...
I keep looking over, seeing that show me your snatch.
Cushy, lobbyist job after I leave Congress. That's changed in the last 8 years. The Republican Party now is MAGA, is America First. There's a few holdouts and rhinos who are leaving, like Mitt Romney. But the situation for getting even more stuff fixed is much brighter than it was when we walked in 2016.
Stephen, anything you want to say?
Populism usually takes a pretty predictable route where people are frustrated with a set of circumstances, which, to be fair, there's a lot of things to be frustrated about. And what you do is you turn to a strong man who promises to deliver you from all of your evils, to deliver you from the pain and the suffering of whatever around you, because he's the one source of truth, the one source of goodness, the one guy that can get the job done. That's what Donald Trump sold himself as when he came into office, and like every populist, he came in, he overpromised, and he underdelivered. Trump failed on every single conceivable metric when it came to being a president, besides, and I will admit, he is very funny. He's very funny, he's got good stage presence, and he can work a crowd. That's why the nicest thing...
The economy was pretty good during his period until COVID hit.
The economy was good, but I mean, like, you can Google markets, you could look at indicators, like everything had been hitting all-time highs since 2013 under Obama, right? Ever since the economy crashed after 2007 and started to recover, that same recovery happened under Trump. And it was happening with pretty low interest rates, and it was just a carry on from Obama's administration. People will say, well, the economy was really good under Trump. Well,
Ouch.
He did a bunch of tax cuts, and that's it. He didn't really do much else.
Hold on.
And then as a quick thing again, I'm sorry, but my managerial experience in the ordinary world, outside of the YouTube world I live in now, is limited. But I was a supervisor in a restaurant. If I was given a shift and all my tables were dirty, and my manager comes in and she sees my restaurant, it's my ass. I'm in trouble. I can't say, like, well, these employees were working against me and these guys didn't show up and these guys didn't call in. You say, okay, well, you're getting paid the big bucks. It's your responsibility. You're the leader there, right? When Trump was coming into office, because I am an ardent capitalist, the only redeeming quality I saw was, well, okay, he is a business guy, so at the very least, maybe he's got some comprehension in terms of how to get people with different opinions to actually work together. And he is the most divisive leader in like all of U.S. history, or at least in recent U.S. history. The idea that, you know, even his former chief of staff was against him, like that's a point in favor of Trump. These are your people. You're nominated. How is it that every person that's worked with him, how is it that his former attorney generals, his chiefs of staff, his personal friends, his personal lawyers, when you have this many people around you that are saying to the rest of the world, don't trust this guy. This guy is no good. I don't work with him anymore. I don't trust this guy anymore. Like, at what point do you look at him and you're like, okay, well, maybe it's not actually the deep state, every single institution, all of the media, all of the world, all of academia, and all of the politicians against him. Maybe it's just kind of like a bad person who's not very good at getting his job done.
This is, it's like you live in an alternate universe. I know you're on YouTube and that those are your qualifications.
We're all on YouTube, Seb.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
You were on YouTube?
I've been banned on YouTube, right? So, you know, I take that as a
you're
mark
on
of
Rumble.
honor. I'm on Rumble. So let's be, this idea that he failed at everything.
Like, what?
Yeah.
What does that?
Of Joe Biden, from mortgage rates to inflation to the price of energy to
This guy's a fucking clown.
to the invasion of Ukraine to October the 7th. Yeah, massive successes in the last 3.5 years. Let's talk about my bailiwick. Let's talk about national security.
Talk about your what
By
wick?
our predecessor, Obama, that
Are you trying to seduce me?
Get to learn to live with. Can't be solved. I'm just going to live with it. When we came into the White House, President Trump got the lawyers out of the way and unleashed JSOC and Delta Force. Within 5 months, the caliphate of ISIS was gone, kaput. China, we initiated a trade war with China. We facilitated the rise of NATO to such an extent that under President Trump's presidency, defense spending shot up by $400 billion inside NATO. The guy who was going to destroy it actually saved it.
No, my little minion.
I don't know. The Middle East, 5 peace accords in less than 4 years. These are meant to be failures for us. Let's look at the international environment. Under Obama, Ukraine, Crimea, taken. Under Biden, again, a second invasion, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians and Russians dead. The largest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust in Israel, and then the absolute surrender and betrayal of the Afghan people in a withdrawal that made Saigon look like a small incident. These are supposed to be the successes. And as to this, oh, he's the most divisive.
Divisive.
It's so peculiar, but I find it incapable, I find it impossible to remember my former boss giving speeches in front of iconic locales such as Independence Hall in Philadelphia, bathed in red fascistic light, with Marines standing flanking him, labeling half of America extremists and fascists, and preaching to us about...
He said not all Republicans are MAGA Republicans, and when he says MAGA Republicans, he's talking about the people that fucking stormed the Capitol.
I'm going to bring you together by calling half the nation...
Which when you break into a Capitol, that's no longer a peaceful protest.
Are the Democrats on the campuses saying death to America, from the river to the sea if you're Jewish? That's the left today. Radicals who hate America. I go back to my original point. And then this strange idea of populism, using this label as a smear, some kind of pejorative. I don't know. I remember the good old days where if you had the popular support of the people, that was a good thing. I don't like the elites. They stink. They're corrupt. But a guy comes along who has popular support. No, the elites will decide. Just like Sam Harris destroyed himself on your podcast when he said, I don't care if Hunter Biden had dead children in his basement. The plot against Donald Trump and the election in 2020 was, quote, justified. That's the left. That's the other side. Those are the divisive people.
I want to talk about a couple of things you raised there, which is foreign policy, geopolitics, etc., and also what's happening on college campuses, Stephen, as well. I would like you, before I go back to Stephen, to address you the one point that he made, which I think is worth exploring, which is, we say this guy knows how to get things done, and you say you had all these people in the White House and elsewhere who were working against him. What about what Stephen said, which is he just seems like an asshole that annoys everyone and people can't work with him?
Well, look, I've said it many times before. It is absolutely remarkable what he achieved in really not 4 years, 2 years, despite the people who are
Asshole.
supporting him because they represent the elite class.
What were those achievements again? Just...
The strongest economy we've ever had, lowest unemployment.
No, like things
Hispanics.
he's done, not things that happened.
What do you mean? What's the difference?
So, like, if I stand outside and a tree grows, I wouldn't say that I grew the tree.
Oh yeah, you
if I
said
planted the
he
seeds for the
did,
tree,
he
I would
did
say,
nothing
yeah.
in regards
So I
to
was
the
curious,
economy.
like, what are
Yeah,
things
I'll
he's
give
done?
you the example. You said
Okay.
he did nothing with
Well, I said he did tax cuts.
not his responsibility. When we came into the White House, the president had a modest goal. He said, "I've had it with the growth of the state. You know, the burden on the average American. 60% of businesses are small businesses in America. I want to get the monkey off the back of the
I love the dung eater.
So what did he do? He said, I'm not going to sign any executive orders as president unless for everyone I sign, 2 are rescinded. I want to have a redress of the balance, the abuse of executive power. We said, okay, sir, by not the end of the first year, by the 10th month of the first year, that figure wasn't 2 to 1. The figure was 22 to 1. We had rescinded 22 executive orders.
I'm so sad I'm gonna have you killed later.
That's how you unleash the economy. And that's exactly what happened. When you allow federal government lands to be used for energy exploration, when you say, yes, XL Keystone Pipeline, when you block Russia's Nord Stream, that's when you unleash the American people. And that's on President Trump.
Let's just finish this point, Seb, which is about the fact that Donald Trump is not able to lead the country well because he's not able to bring enough people with him to buy into his vision, and instead you had constant turmoil internally. And it's not just rhinos who were leaving, it was people like Steve Bannon.
No, he didn't leave. He was fired by the chief of staff, who was an actual seditionist, right? John Kelly fired him. Steve didn't want to go.
So why didn't Donald Trump overrule him and say, this is my guy?
Because he trusted Kelly. This is a 4-star general, right? This is a guy who was in the Marine Corps. Sadly, he didn't know. He didn't have buddies in the swamp. But now, after the last 7 years, let me assure you, because this is my #1 concern, and I've discussed it with the president, he knows who to trust, and he knows who not to
Come on, you big old bastard, I need you.
Or, God willing, if we re-elect him in November.
Oh my lord, you're a
Do
big
few minutes
bastard.
to you, and then I want to move on to geopolitics. What's
Yeah, I can
happening
incorporate that
campuses.
even.
Yeah.
The idea that Trump, a billionaire real estate developer from New York, didn't
Uh-huh.
have friends in the swamp, which is very funny to me.
In the political
Wasn't this
swamp.
guy? Wasn't he literally in pictures at Hillary and Bill Clinton's wedding? I mean, like the idea that
You're living in
the
Manhattan.
idea that
that
the
doesn't
idea
mean
that
you're running a political campaign.
no,
What's
but
that
you
got-
have the
He's a
connections.
realtor.
Yeah,
He's a
billionaire
realtor.
realtor.
Has never run anything in government. How would you know who the good bureaucrat is and the crappy one like Fauci? How would you know that? You're building real estate.
Because real
Do
estate.
you know a lot? You're in media. Do you know how to create a cable TV show?
I know a decent about.
No, do you know
I
how
know
to
a decent
print
bit about
right now?
real estate. And I know that real estate is one of the most tax-advantaged things. I know that
Yes,
real estate
but-
has some of the highest
So
integrations with city
does
council
that mean
planners,
he
with
knows
policies,
who
with
the Secretary of Defense should be?
Would I?
It's
well,
absurd.
if he doesn't have any of these ideas, then you're making a very strong argument for career politicians. This is why people that tend to do
No.
politics stay in politics, is because they're actually able to know these things.
Yeah,
They
we need
understand these
more
things. They have these
elitists. We
relations.
need more of them, Stephen.
Well,
More
considering
of
that
them.
Trump again failed in every conceivable metric, and you weren't able to give me like any strong things that he actually
just listed
succeeded
them.
in.
Seb, hold on. Let
You
him
said
talk.
that he rescinded executive orders. Like that is a measurable increase. Give me something like the CHIPS Act. Give
Do
me
you not
something
think that
like
matters, though? I mean, for the people who want to reduce the size of government, that would
it's
be
a
a thing.
lip service thing. I would encourage
Okay.
everybody that hears. There's 2 lines that people. There's one really common line that politicians always say. It's politispeak, which is funny that Trump utilized it. But it's this: I'm going to go line by line through the budget. I'm going to go line by line, and I'm going to get rid of all wasteful spending. First of all, this is just fiscal stuff. Okay, this impacts your budget, which, by the way, Trump ran record deficits when he was in office. So budgetarily, he still failed. But this doesn't improve your economy or unleash your economy. It's not like we were rescinding significant executive orders that was destroying our ability to actually succeed. If anything, I would say the most successful businesses that we had growing in the United States were our tech companies that Republicans are constantly trying to undermine and destroy by getting rid rid of Section 230, which would make it so you could sue Twitter when somebody posts something on Twitter that I don't like. So no, the idea that that Trump was unleashing the economy by rescinding some irrelevant executive orders that had no impact on the economy anyway, and the fact that he was still running these record-level deficits, even though the economy was exploding all 3 years at least under his presidency, is ridiculous.
One of these I feel is like you,
man.
cat girl. I swear to God, you're the kind of person that puts these down.
Almost every single decision that Trump made under foreign policy was either a form of kicking the can down the road, or it just did nothing. We talk about like the historic stuff that happened with the Abraham Accords. I'm sorry, but the Abraham Accords started because Netanyahu was on the verge of annexing the West Bank, and the Gulf states were like, this is probably not a good idea, and a lot of people are going to be mad. And then Kushner hopped in, and there were official conversations that were essentially facilitated, and then eventually you start getting these bilateral treaties.
Putting down, like, hidden path ahead when there's no hidden path.
Very important that's happened with other treaties with Israel, and that is that they undermined the Palestinians. They didn't include them in any of the conversations. So when you look at what happened on October 7th, and then you look at Biden, you go, man, this must be Biden's fault. It's like, okay, well, didn't we just have a historic round of talks with countries in the Middle East? How is it that the Palestinians were excluded yet again from these talks, you know? And the idea that Trump was some strong partner in the Middle East when in 2019, Iran literally was shooting drones and missiles over into Saudi Arabian refineries, and the United States stood by and did nothing.
I don't have time for that.
We're gonna say, oh my God,
You don't have... You are telling me you don't have time to troll?
by Donald Trump.
Come on now, that's...
Called the Doha talks that happened with the Taliban.
That's 100% certified cat girl behavior, come on.
We'd already been drawn down to historically low numbers in Afghanistan. We had almost no military presence left over there. When Biden came into office, basically
I troll in other ways.
the only thing left to do was to follow through on Trump's timetable, which was to pull us out of Afghanistan.
But hold on a second.
Yeah.
Just on that particular thing, didn't you just say that if you're managing a restaurant and your boss comes in and sees a messy table, that's on you? And yet in this situation, you're saying it's Donald Trump's fault, even though it's Joe Biden that did it.
It's not
Like
my
disguised as a prop and make invaders waste their time.
No, that's fine. It's a good question. It's a good question. If you take over a restaurant and you're the manager of a restaurant, you've bought a business, and somebody comes in and they say, hey, I'm gonna sit here with me and 20 friends, okay, because that's what we're gonna do. And I go, well, no, that's bullshit. And they go, well, actually, you bought this restaurant and we signed a contract with your last boss that gave us the right to do this for a year. Well, if you buy a business, generally you also inherit, along with the assets and liabilities, prior agreements you've signed as well, or the previous owner did. With the Doha agreements, we were on a timetable to leave. Now, could Biden have increased the troop presence and fought against that withdrawal? He could have, but then at what cost? Remember, it only takes 1 or 2 attacks against U.S. soldiers by the Taliban to have the United States thinking like, well, shoot, do we need to stay there for another 10 or 20 years? I agree that the pullout could have gone better. I think that there were people that should have had the opportunity to leave that country that worked with us, that should have come out, that didn't get that opportunity. But like compare that to say, because remember, this is done under a Trump timetable. What is Trump's excuse for abandoning the Kurds that inside in Syria to a Turkish onslaught? There was no excuse for that. There was no reason for that.
Or use elevators to kill.
I don't even know, because he said, well, I don't want to be in the Middle East anymore. And then he obscured all the information relating to Yemen drone strikes.
Rip bozo indeed.
Saudi Arabia with, as opposed to Biden, who said we're no longer going to participate in the Saudi-led coalition in Yemen, which was, I think, an improvement. We axed the Iranian nuclear deal, and then we replaced it with nothing. I guess ostensibly that's supposed to keep Iran from pursuing nuclear weapons. We had historic photographs taken with Kim and our leaders for nothing, I guess. I've heard Sebastian claim in the past that they stopped ballistic missile testing. That's not true. That you can literally go on the Wikipedia and read test after the dates. Pence and I believe Tillerson were both complaining about those talks because literally nothing got done in North Korea. Every part of Donald Trump's foreign policy, it was a disaster.
Well, let me give you a narrative that is popular with people who probably don't agree with you, which is that the main thing about Donald Trump.
Sit your ass down, boy.
And I can tell you this is true. People around the world feared and respected him. They didn't like him necessarily, but they feared and respected him. And
where'd you come from?
The fact that you have Iran-backed people from Gaza committing October 7th, the fact that Putin felt able to invade Ukraine.
Oh God, they're in sync now.
More muscular on Taiwan. This is a sign of the perceived weakness of the United States under Joe Biden. You can take that at whatever level you want, all the way through to
cocksucker
sitting down across from Joe Biden and going, this guy can't finish a sentence.
If we want to say that the United States has a weak foreign disposition right now, I think I would probably agree with that.
Okay.
But I don't think it's because of Biden. I think it's because of how divided we are internally. And I think when you look at a country and you see that they're like fighting with themselves, like okay, well, let's come over here.
I wrote a whole book about that, so I definitely agree with you.
Because like when I look at any of these particular issues, and it's easy to kind of like paint a story. If you
Yeah, I definitely got taken to the bone zone.
Like we talk about Iran, right? And we say, well, October 7th, Iran was bold enough to, do foreign proxy training for troops in Hamas. Okay, well, Iran physically, literally attacked Saudi Arabia under Donald Trump, and nothing happened. So why would we imagine that they wouldn't back Hamas as well? It's not like Trump destroyed.
It's not about imagination. It didn't happen when.
Well, no, it did. That
Donald
attack
Trump.
did happen. Iran attacked Saudi Arabia,
Yes,
and Trump didn't.
but
Have
October
which is
7th,
bolder than
October
October.
7th didn't happen.
Sure, but from an Iranian perspective, that attack was bolder than October 7th.
What
because that
about
was directly
Ukraine, etc.?
Yeah, for Ukraine, Donald Trump didn't like. The Crimean Peninsula was inhabited by Russian troops the entire time. Donald Trump didn't do anything to stop that. Donald Trump didn't care about that. It's not like Putin pulled anything out of there. Yeah.
Let me just do this bit.
Yeah.
That's a bit different though, Stephen, because in 2014,
He drank all of the
you
milk.
said that correctly. Under Obama, Russia took Ukraine and started a civil war in eastern Ukraine.
Yeah.
Steve wanted us to invade.
To
I get it, I get
recapture
it.
Crimea at that point would have meant literally World War III. So nobody could have retaken Ukraine. It's not like Joe Biden's position when he was elected was we're going to help Ukraine retake Crimea.
Yeah.
So what I'm putting to you, and I think it's a fair question, isn't it the weakness of the withdrawal from Afghanistan? I think we both agree was calamitous.
Stupid ass.
Whose fault it was. That's where the debate was. Signaled weakness to other people who wanted to capitalize on that. Yes, I agree with you, the internal divisions in America contribute to that. But ultimately, isn't a large part of this the signaling of weakness that invites challenge?
No, because again, I would say I'm pointing to Ukraine. It's not
What?
like Russia stopped their military activity in Ukraine because of Trump being in office. That the invasion just hadn't escalated yet.
Am I stuck now?
On actual on-the-ground military invasion instead of the more subversive stuff they were doing in the yeah.
Under Trump, post the 2014 taking of Crimea,
Yeah.
and once the Minsk Accords were in place, there was no hot war going on in Ukraine.
There was still the civil war in the southeast. That war has been raging for like 10 years. The conflict, you think there was a total didn't those Minsk agreements last for like months? Minsk 1 and 2?
No, look, I have a lot of family in Ukraine. It's a region I understand very well. Post the Minsk Accords, there was no hot war going on.
For how long?
Well, until the invasion, basically.
This guy is actually
It was pretty
not
stable.
being
I'm not
truthful.
saying there
This
wasn't the occasion,
moderator,
but it was
it's
broad,
actually...
there was a ceasefire in place. People were not killing each other en masse.
He's actually got his...
That I can tell you.
Even though he's got family in Ukraine, he's...
Out of my
He's-
okay. I mean, we can focus on the Middle East more.
He's got that
But,
shit wrong.
I don't think that. I mean, Trump. We talk about NATO. I think
You can
Trump
look it
is
up.
Constantly, like NATO skeptic on the international level. I think a lot of people express a lot of fear for that.
Skelly will have his revenge.
Other nations within NATO
Fuck Skelly.
contribute their fair share.
Yeah, their military percentage of GDP.
Which
Oh,
they
skull
were not
fuck him.
doing, and he was saying we can't continue with NATO if America is the only country that's actually paying its way.
Sure, but the idea that the leader of NATO would be publicly undermining NATO and saying we might have to pull out our stop if people don't, I think there are more diplomatic ways to pursue those
He never
conversations.
ever once said he was going to pull out forces. You just make stuff up, Steve. You've got to stop it. Like there was hot fighting
focus
in
on the
Ukraine.
issue. Come on.
No, this is important.
Give us the facts.
Because this
is an area where you can win
This
if
is
you
his
want. So
tactics.
give us the facts.
This is tactics. He just floods the zone with stuff that's false.
Let's address this
Let's
stuff.
talk about it.
We can go
Let's
claim
talk
by
about
claim
it.
if you want.
When
Well, that's
we-
what I'd like Seb to do. That's what I'd like Seb to do.
when we were in the White House, and you know this, as opposed to what Obama did, Obama, after the invasion of Crimea, the
Obama.
whole of Ukraine stolen, what did Obama do?
What am I supposed
He
to do
sent
here?
Blankets and night vision devices. If you don't believe me, look it up. Blankets and night vision devices. When we came in, I don't understand this. Stephen's positing that we should have invaded.
I've never said that.
Oh, well, there was land in Ukraine that the Russians controlled, and Trump didn't do anything about it. He want intervention? I didn't know you were a neocon, Steve.
When did I say
when
that?
we
Hold
got
on, wait,
into
I might
the
have
White
never-
House,
Did I say that we should invade anybody?
you said that Trump did nothing about the land taken by Russia.
I said that Russia
We
didn't
can
run
go
away
back.
from Crimea. They didn't fear.
And you
Russia
said
doesn't fear
the
Trump.
operations were continuing. Garbage. There were no military operations in Crimea, in Ukraine, or
Crimea
on the
was
border.
captured. The whole thing is a military
You
operation.
said there were no military. Constant is right. There was no hot war. You're just making stuff up. When we came into the White House, we deployed Javelin shoulder-launched anti-tank weapons to Ukraine. so they could defend themselves. And for 4 years, it's interesting, the diminutive KGB colonel did nothing. The idea that, oh, I'm going to kind of explain away what happened in Afghanistan. Let's break Afghanistan down for a second. Yes, there was a timetable for President Trump, but it was conditions-based. If the Taliban hadn't met those conditions, there would have been no withdrawal. I was part of those negotiations. Let me tell you, there would have been no withdrawal without those conditions having been met. Instead, because he wants a photo op for the anniversary of 9/11, I mean, what a cynical. Biden wants an anniversary, 20th anniversary photo op that I won the war in Afghanistan. So 13 of our servicemen are murdered by ISIS at Kabul airport. Thousands of Afghans, also our interpreters, are left. You see a plane take off with hundreds of people hanging on the fuselage. And how do they leave? Oh, we're going to get the military out and then we'll somehow get out the civilians. The rank dilettantism for the photo op, that you don't even leave from Bagram, which is a military air base you can actually defend.
Oh God, I don't know what to do.
Kabul, indefensible, and you have a complete circus, well, not a circus, a tragedy of a surrender. And then Putin goes, okay, lads, rev your engines. We're going to invade Ukraine. Then Hamas says, ooh, yeah, let's kill hundreds of Jews on Israeli soil. That's on Biden.
And so let me put an argument.
I'm curious for that. What were the conditions based for that Afghanistan agreement, for the Doha agreement? What were the conditions that you feel like the Taliban? Name a couple. What were some of the conditions you feel like?
Control of Wardak province had to be stabilized. We had to have Herat have less Iranian influence. I'm not going to go into any more details because they're classified, Stephen.
Okay. What you're saying is just not true.
One of the big reasons
why that pullout was so catastrophic is because the Afghanistan army wasn't. You can read all this. There was a huge report that was done by the United States analyzing the failures for why that fell so fast. And part of it was because the United States had negotiated some of the land that was previously controlled by the Afghanistan government to the Taliban. We didn't even tell the Taliban about that. So the Taliban would roll into cities and say, by the way, we agreed to this, and the United States said we could have this. And at some point, the Afghanistan army was like, screw this, and they just started to end whole retreat and from these areas. So, but yeah,
let me put a challenge to you, Seb. You mentioned giving javelins to the Ukrainians, etc. I mean, as you well know, and by the way, it's interesting that even though we're all three from different kind of ways of seeing the world, actually on Ukraine, there's quite a lot of agreement in this room, ironically. But there are a lot of people on your side who have bought this idea that this is Ukraine, the reason the war in Ukraine happened is that Russia was provoked. Yeah. It was provoked by the expansion of NATO. It was provoked by the giving of weaponry to Ukraine. So what would you say to the people who say, well, yeah, Donald Trump gave stuff to the Ukrainians and that's why Russia invaded?
I don't think we need to go down, a kind of a rabbit hole on this. You know my stance. There's me, Dennis Prager, and Klavan and Mark Levin. That's about the three conservatives who are strong on Ukraine. We reject the Tuckerite isolationism, the neo-Buchananite isolationism. But the whole, you're the expert. You're the guy who translates Putin's speeches immediately when they're given. This hoary canard that we encircled Russia, or that U.S. presidents have provoked this great champion of Western, Christendom called Vladimir Putin is asinine. I mean, you know better than anyone. For 22 years since he became premier,
Vladimir Putin.
The fact that Ukraine, Poland, the Baltic states are all legitimate and need to be parts of Russia. He's been planning this ever since he, walked into the palace in Moscow.
Can I ask a personal question? I'm curious. Or not personal politics.
Last year, I was introduced to Monetary Metals, a game-changing platform that offers a unique approach to saving and earning income. And I have to say, I've been so impressed that I'm really enjoying using my Monetary Metals account.
If you listen closely to our interview with world-renowned economist Jim Rickards last year, you'll have heard him say this.
Gold will be where countries go, and it should be where investors go. Follow the money, as they say, and central banks have been net buyers for the last 13 years. So they're about the best informed players you can imagine, so I'd have some gold.
So we know about the benefits of owning gold. What you may not know is that now there's a way to earn a yield on your gold, paid in more gold.
Why keep saving in fiat currency, which loses value every year due to inflation, when you can save and earn in gold and silver? What's more, imagine not
I
only
forgot.
being able to protect your savings against inflation, but also earning passive income from it. With monetary metals, you can do just that.
Right now, you can earn between 2 to 5% annually on gold, paid in gold, when you open an account with them. If you're an accredited investor, you're eligible to earn even higher returns. We're talking about actually earning interest on gold, paid in more gold.
So if you're looking to protect and grow your wealth, look no further than Monetary Metals. Visit monetary-metals.com/trigonometry or scan the QR code below.
My mom came from Cuba, and my mom and dad were in the Air Force. When I grew up, my parents hated China and Russia for understandable reasons. My mom flew on the Looking Glass mission, looking for basically nuclear missiles, doomsday, end of the world type stuff. And yeah, the fall of the Soviet Union, the Iron Curtain was a monumentous thing in the world. And it sounds like you have similar feelings about Russia, which I'm happy to hear. Does it bother you, or does it give you pause that so many fans under Donald Trump, that so many of the people that support him seem to be so either skeptical about supporting Ukraine or for one in support of Russia because they see them as a stronger, better country that champions Christian values better or doesn't submit to the woke mob better, and that maybe it is their right to own Ukraine and the U.S. provoked that?
It bothers me that there are such voices on the putative conservative right. I have come to the conclusion they're not numerous, and they have nothing to do with my former boss. Let me tell you a story about that. We've heard for 7 years still. Hillary was doing it a few days ago.
Jack, be nimble. Jack, be quick. Jack, jump on the candlestick.
Russia collusion. One story. It's so amusing that there are people who are such experts on the Wagner Group now, right after the fake coup. We were experts on the Wagner Group in the Trump administration.
There's a duo ahead.
President Trump very early on that there are
Oh, fuck.
group special forces guys running around the Middle East destabilizing the region. We weren't neocons. He's not an interventionist, but he's not an isolationist. He's the perfect balance between the two. And he said, what? Putin's got hundreds of guys running around the Middle East? That's not good. I'm not going to invade the Middle East. I'm not an interventionist. But he told Secretary Mattis, kill them.
Oh, Jack, don't do it.
4 hours later, every single member of the Wagner Group's Special Forces deployment was red mist. What did Vladimir Putin do? Nothing. He crapped his pants. He didn't even hold a press conference because he was afraid of what President Trump would do next. That's what President Trump understands is the use of force. Not intervention, but when you cross a line, when you destabilize regions that are already destabilized enough in Syria, when we informed him, this is now declassified, that there was a second chemical weapons attack being prepared by the Assad regime. What did he do? While Xi Jinping was having chocolate cake in Mar-a-Lago, he dropped 52 cruise missiles on that airbase and turned it into a sheet of glass and whispered into Xi's ear, I think you should know what I just did in Syria. That was a message for Xi, for Putin, for Kim in North Korea, for the mullahs in Iran. That's why for 4 years, no new wars. I don't understand why you aren't happy that for 4 years we had
No! I had no stamina.
Think you can blame? You
And no
blame
stamina.
November the 7th on Donald Trump? You can blame the invasion of Ukraine for a second time under a Democrat president on Donald Trump? It's actually an insult to intellect. For 4 years, the world was safe.
4
And now we
years.
have a world on fire. But yeah, the guy who's in court today in Manhattan, it's his fault. It's laughable.
Anything you want to say?
Both the situations are just completely and totally misrepresented. The attack on the Syrian airfield, they had advanced warning of that attack. There were no soldiers there. They did chemical weapons. Trump said, we're going to bomb your airport. This is when we're going to bomb. We'll give you a little bit to get out. And then we bombed it, and that was it. That was like business as usual. The idea that was some huge, strong show of force is
No
hilarious.
chemical weapons were
And
used again.
And
That's the point.
the Wagner Group, I mean, this operates as a paramilitary organization. Of course, Russia is not going to claim direct responsibility, at least prior to the Ukrainian war,
They're
for any
Russian
activities
citizens.
that they do. That's fine, but Russia's not going to claim, Putin's not going to claim personal
He didn't even hold a
responsibility
press
over any
conference
of
on
their...
300 Russians being killed.
Of course
by
he's
the
not,
America.
because it's the Wagner Group. That's the whole point.
You've
Also, the
always
Wagner,
got an
also the
excuse.
people that
Talk
were
to
the
me
people
about
that
the
were
wars.
the people
Stephen,
that were
no wars for
eliminated.
4 years.
The people that were eliminated.
Was that Obama? Did
The
Obama
conditions
fix
for the
that?
wars were being created. But the Wagner group that was,
That's
the
okay.
Wagner members that were destroyed in the Middle East wasn't Trump saying there's people in the Middle East, let's get them. It was them attacking a U.S. position in Syria and then getting destroyed by U.S. air support.
We didn't have
That's
any
what
wars.
happened.
It's good, Constantine, this is exactly what I feared would happen. This is Alice in Wonderland, through the looking glass. Donald Trump is not responsible.
You
for
leave my
anything
boy
that
alone!
happened For 4 years, and all the awful things that happened in the last 3.5, yeah, those are his culpability. It's
Ouch.
insanity. It beggars critical thought.
I think that, like, just real quick, just on one thing, okay? Because it's frustrating because, like, the analysis is childlike to defend Trump, right? Well, there were no wars, right? Wars don't just come out of nowhere. There's a buildup for how these things happen. So we've talked very specifically just on one event. Also, keep in mind, when you say, like, I don't want to go into the weeds or get into a rabbit hole, it feels like it's because you know you're wrong if you actually get into the details of things. When you look at October 7th, what are things that Donald Trump did to signal how October 7th would have gone? Well, when Iran attacked Saudi Arabia, he did nothing. He showed strong support for Israel by moving the embassy to Jerusalem, and we signed the Abraham Accords, where we mediated them, which were bilateral negotiations between Israel and other Arab countries that didn't involve the Palestinians whatsoever. How do you not look at these three things and think, like, wow, I wonder if these are creating conditions that are relating to October 7th? Like, these are the types of things that lead to that type of violence.
This is actually disgusting.
Disgusting.
This is dishonorable.
It's a lot of adjectives. Where are the facts?
No, stop it for a moment, okay? Just stop it, because you've just blamed President Trump for October the 7th.
I did not blame Trump for October
stop
the
it. I'm
7th.
going to respond now, because this is your debating tactic.
This guy.
You're like an
talking
ADHD
facts.
version of Ben Shapiro. You throw out stuff out there, and then it's all garbage. But beneath it,
Oh, the poor baby.
venomous.
He can't. He doesn't want to bring a fact to the fucking debate.
Actually, will you just shut up for 2 minutes?
Seb, hold on a
Stop
sec.
insulting
First
me
of all,
then.
Let me respond to
Seb,
him.
you
haven't
gotta stop.
responded to a single point
Guys,
I've
both
said.
of you stop right now. First of all, Seb, you got to stop insulting him. Secondly, when he was talking, you were interrupting a lot. I tried to stop you. Now you were talking, he's interrupting
So
a lot.
let him interrupt.
So what I'd like for both of you to do is just make your points in a slightly calmer and more respectful way. Go ahead.
Right, so what he just did is he said the conditions for the largest slaughter of Jews since 1945 were created by President Trump. That's horrific.
Do you have a
That's
response?
almost.
Stephen, chill
Okay.
for a second,
All
both
right.
of you. Seb, go ahead.
It's almost like a blood libel. It's really, you know, the fact that this man. Let me talk to you about who Donald Trump is. For 23 years, swamp politicians of left and right broke a promise to Israel. Bill Clinton said, I'm going to recognize Jerusalem as the capital of the Jewish state, and I'm going to move our embassy. Because of that statute, every 6 months for 23 years, the incumbent president, Clinton, Obama, and Bush, had to send a diplomatic missive to Jerusalem saying, sorry, I know we promised this, but we're not doing it now. When my former
I remember
boss was
not
chosen
caring for
by
this
63
dungeon.
million Americans to be the chief executive, he said, I'm doing this. By the way, a man whose daughter is Jewish, whose grandchildren are Jewish. He held a meeting of the National Security Council at principals level, not the bureaucrats, but the actual cabinet members. And he told them all, I'm moving the embassy and I'm recognizing Jerusalem. Only
I'll play a little
3 members of his
Baldi's
cabinet
Gate 3.
shockingly supported him. And his Secretary of Defense, this man who had very carefully built his reputation as Mad Dog Mattis, was petrified and told the president, Mr. President, don't do this. You will ignite World War III, and I don't have enough Marines to protect our embassies. What was the president's response?
Mr. President,
He said,
no.
I'm doing this for 3 reasons, Jim. Number 1, I promised the people of America who elected me during the campaign.
Ow.
Number 2, for 23 years,
I've been
we've told the president
zipped.
we're gonna do this and we haven't. We have dishonored our oath. And 3, it's the right thing to do, Jim. We moved the embassy, and no bombings, no slaughter of women at pop concerts in the desert, no men being beheaded with blunt garden hose. I watched the unedited video of what happened on October the 7th. Strangely, none of that happened. But when Joe Biden comes in, surrenders Afghanistan, and Ukraine is invaded.
Yeah, I want
then
to
we
get back
have-
to that and play more.
Suddenly, we have 1,300 Jews massacred. No, it's not Donald Trump's fault. that he recognized Jerusalem, moved our embassy, it's because nobody fears the senile old man in the White House who talks to dead people and thinks his wife is his sister. That's why the world is on fire. And don't you dare blame President Trump for what happened on October the 7th, because that is despicable and you know it.
Stephen, there's other stuff I want to ask you about, but I feel like you should have a right to respond if you want to.
Yeah, there's no substantive analysis. I mean, it's a bunch of virtue signaling. It's a bunch of, how dare you? Oh, I saw the videos and blah, blah, blah. But the reality is Donald Trump was an idiot when it came to foreign policy. He didn't understand the intricacies of any of the situations that he nor his administration were involved in. And a lot of the stuff that he did during his presidency was kind of a build-up to the frustrations that would obviously come out on October 7th and that horrible terrorist attack. It's funny that you were even slightly prescient without realizing it by saying that, like, well, if we move the embassy, there's going to be World War III. Yeah, moving the embassy and showing that kind of support for Israel while they're continuing to kick people out of neighborhoods in East Jerusalem, while the rest of the Arab world is having this huge separation between what their people think, because a lot of Arabs aren't really happy with Israel, but the leadership is kind of like done with the conflict and they want to move on. But it's continuing to antagonize those types of things. It's the Abraham Accords, again, these completely cut out the Palestinians from any of the conversation whatsoever. Donald Trump was a man who loved cheap victories. The idea that I could get bilateral peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia, who for all intents and purposes had already basically normalized like conversations.
Bill Cosby just.
You don't think it was historic?
No, the Abraham Accords, no, absolutely not. The impetus for the Abraham Accords was, if you look at what's going on in Palestine, there's a big part of the West Bank called Area C that Israel is holding on to, and Netanyahu was essentially signaling that he was about to start to formally annex parts of these. So they formally annexed the Golan Heights a while ago. You've got East Jerusalem is more or less formally annexed now by Israel, and now they were going to start to encroach into Area Cs and formally annex that, because I think it's kind of the goal for Israel. And I think it was Qatar, I think, that might have been the first ones to say this, but like, we need to talk and do something, because if this happens, it's going to be catastrophic. And then Kushner inserted himself into this process, and then we got the Abraham Accords out of that to delay essentially the annexation of the West Bank. But again, it was a cheap win without solving any actual problems, because the big stickler right now, at least in the Gulf states and in the Levant, is Palestine and Palestinians, and Trump got us no closer to any of that. Again, a cheap win, whether it's the Abraham Accords or the Doha talks with the Taliban, in exchange for an actual real solution, which would have been lasting peace solved for Afghanistan, or an actual deal that involved the Palestinians. Donald Trump wanted neither of those, but man, we sure got a lot of really good stories and moving speeches about it.
I want one sentence, just one sentence or one word. I want the viewers and the listeners to note his choice of words, which is very telling. This man labeled October the 7th the result of frustrations. The murder of women and children and grandmothers is justified as the result of frustrations.
Okay,
File that away.
you got your sentence in. I didn't mean it in a dismissive way. I'm just trying to make sure that you both have the right amount of time and being fair. So the one question I think that we ought to be thinking about in terms of the geopolitics side of things is, Donald Trump could be reelected, or Joe Biden could be reelected. How do you think Joe Biden is going to improve the global situation? I think we all accept that the world is on fire in terms of everything that's going on. The conflict in Ukraine, the conflict in Israel and Gaza. If Joe Biden is reelected,
I haven't.
You hope that he's going to.
I don't even think I've gotten like 10% through
having some kind of long-term solution to
my playthrough of
difficult issues.
Baldur's Gate.
How do you think he'll solve that?
When I think of the three hotbed spots right now, in my mind, I'm thinking China and Taiwan, I'm thinking Ukraine and Russia, and I'm thinking Israel and Palestine. I think are the three hotbed foreign policy things right now. When I look at Joe Biden's behavior for Ukraine, I feel like it was about as well as it could have been. In that we were able to gather a wide amount of support across Europe. We were able to energize our allies. We were able to add to our NATO roster. We were able to raise a lot of money and send stuff to Ukraine, while at the same time drawing like a very clear, like, listen, we're supporting them, but we're not going to have troops on the ground. We're not going to do no-fly zones. We're not going to do anything crazy. Nothing that's going to set us on some road, that we can't turn back from to go to World War III, but we're going to support them as much as we can, basically. I wish the support would be a little bit stronger. I understand the hesitation, though, in that they don't want Ukraine to be able to strike into Russia because there's concerns about escalatory stuff there. I wish the support was a bit stronger, but I think for the most part, I think Biden's handling of the Ukraine-Russia situation was
May I pause you just there?
Go
Because on that issue, my perspective is slightly different in that I understand the
Yo.
hesitation about offering more help, and it's a lot of money, and it doesn't enjoy as much domestic support as it did at the beginning of the conflict, etc. But I can tell you what's happening on the ground now is, even though these bills are very controversial in America and they're hard to pass, that $61 billion is not going to make any difference on the ground. Ukraine is losing. I'm sad to say this. I was very keen advocate of us helping them. I don't know that I would agree with you that that strategy is going to be effective going forward. What I'm saying is, if the current way of dealing with that situation continues, what will happen is Ukraine will keep losing hundreds of thousands of men, as Russia will. Ukrainians will lose and lose territory, and eventually they will...
I think Russia's already lost like 200,000 soldiers, and Ukraine's only lost like 5,000?
The United States provided. So
like, if anything...
How do you think Joe Biden is likely to resolve that situation going forward? Because I will put it to you,
If anything, Ukraine's doing pretty well.
Okay, I haven't heard the same, but maybe we talk to different people or see different things. I've got a lot of friends that go back and forth between the front lines, and I've heard there were huge complaints relating to amount of shells available or what they thought the support would look like. So, for instance, sometimes you can't advance, not because you don't have the weapons to advance, but once you advance, you don't think you have the supplies to maintain that advance.
Well, that is what's happened, right? They retook territory, and now they've been sliding back. Now, I'm not saying the artillery shells they're going to get now are going to make no difference, like in small situations, but on the big picture, it's not going to make any difference.
Well,
Ukraine
we've
is still
got,
going to be sliding
F-16s are supposed to be online, I think, by the end of this year, or maybe even in the next few months. I mean, I'll be honest.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
not gonna be
either
delusional.
way,
Ukraine will
all the
use
sources point to
like a less advanced
Russia's, like,
when I say
not
win, I mean, like, at least take back
doing well as far as mortality
There's
rates.
an important question to be asked about, like, who's to tell Ukraine not to fight? Like, if we have the ability to supply them with weapons, and if we want to stand by them for as long as they're willing to fight, doesn't that send an important message to, say, China, where we would say we would support Taiwan, or we would support them in whatever capacity that we feel is responsible until we feel like the fight is completely over, rather than like, well, we're a democracy, so if you can make the war last for a couple years, it's probably going to be unpopular, and we're going to pull out, which is historically like a strength or a weakness that democracies kind of have. So I think that showing support for Ukraine is important in two ways.
Ow.
In a way that if they want to fight, they should be enabled to. It's funny, I hear foreign people express more concern over people dying in Ukraine in this war than I've ever heard Ukrainians express. Like,
You missed, dickhead.
like, oh my God, these poor Ukrainians, they're dying. We need to stop supporting them. And then I hear Ukrainians say, we want to fight. Russia is taking our territory.
My wife's Ukrainian, my mother's Ukrainian. I'm very concerned about Ukrainians dying because I have family and friends on the ground. Now, at the same time, I've always said from day one, as I think you both know, is
I think my next playthrough I'm gonna do like a
support that we were giving them
Faith
to get them
Dragon
because they were always going to lose territory. So I guess what I'm saying
hybrid,
is, how
or maybe
is
a
this
Faith
conflict
Int.
going to come to the best possible end for the Ukrainians, which is what I care about, right? Under Joe Biden, how is he going to, in your opinion, resolve that? Because throwing some artillery shells at them when they get desperate every now and again doesn't seem to me like the route to what we might want for them and also for the interest of the West.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the path forward is to supply them as much as and as long as they're willing to fight. And then once it seems like the fight is done, or Ukrainians lose the will to fight, or it's basically positioned itself into a war where no gains are being made or lost, then at that point you look for some kind of off-ramp or some kind of peace deal. So Ukraine would negotiate with Russia, with somebody mediating. I don't even know who would mediate that, but
Maybe a sussy
that's
backup.
what we can do. But I'm not sure. I don't know significantly more. I guess what the U.S. could do in that case.
Well, I guess what American people, I imagine, would want to know is, like, if we vote for Joe Biden again, how is he going to make this problem go away? I guess is how most people would just be thinking about
I don't
it.
like. Okay, so I know what he means when he says make this problem go away, but I
I
no.
understand. Yeah. I don't think there's anything the U.S. president could do just make it go away. We
But
could
like
tell-
when someone's like make it go away, it's like
Well, what we could say to them is, look,
You can't
we've come
just-
to the end of the road. There's clearly the domestic situation is such that we're not going to be able to give you much more.
you can't just snap your fingers and then boom, it's done.
The deal.
It's fine.
Is it the U.S.'s place to say that if Ukraine wants to continue to fight?
Well, the U.S.'s place is to decide whether the U.S. is going to provide weapons or not, and then Ukrainians can make their own decision.
But I'm
from that
saying,
point.
like, if Ukraine wants to fight, should we say, well, we don't want you to fight anymore, we're going to pull
No,
that?
no, what I think we're misunderstanding each other on is this. If the President of the United States was to say to the Ukrainians, we are not going to provide you with more weapons, the Ukrainians would then have a
Need to
choice
get down
make.
here.
They would not make the choice to keep fighting.
Yeah,
at
of
all
course.
costs.
But that's what I'm asking, I guess, is it because we're essentially, we truly are making the choice for them, regardless, right? Like if we continue to support them, we're at least enabling them to say yes or no. But if we say, okay, well, we're kind of pulling out, then you guys are done fighting.
If you're
Like,
sick,
is it
well,
the
I
United
got a
States' place, if you
Snapchat.
have the opportunity and the means to help, should the United States say we're done?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. So I guess
I don't think we should,
Just
and I
to
don't
be-
think Biden would.
So
yeah.
what I'm hearing from you is, if the United States votes for Joe Biden,
Hey,
he will continue.
Cat girl, how
to-
familiar are you with
Whether
Snapchat?
They can keep fighting or not, depending on what they want.
That would be my assumption, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I don't see that changing.
And on this side of things, is there anything more you want to say before I go to Seb?
For Israel Palestine, I think
Okay.
that's an incredibly touchy issue. I don't think that Trump has the ability to
No,
navigate
focus
that.
on Biden.
Because I have this chick that's messaging me and she's sending me snaps, but there's like
support for an ally.
certain snaps have different colors,
They say they'll support while also trying to rein in Israel.
and if they're in a different color, it can mean like
I don't
they're
know.
sending it to either you or multiple people, but I don't know which colors signify which.
If there's a huge Rafah raid, if a bunch of people start dying, like we're going to start to condition some of this military aid. I know that initially when they announced their invasion on the 7th, I think that we encouraged them, like, you need to wait and chill for people to actually move out of northern Gaza before you guys start attacking. I know we've pressured them a lot to allow more humanitarian aid in. That Eretz crossing opening, I think, was a really good thing. The port, the humanitarian aid.
I mean, that's the plan, but she lives like like 2 states away.
To see more of that, but I also imagine that this conflict is probably going to be mostly done by election season.
Well, don't you worry, I was already thinking about that.
I don't know what else there is to do in the Gaza Strip, but I feel like whatever that situation looks like afterwards, whether that's Israel occupying Gaza for some short period of time or whatever, I think it looks better under Biden, because I think Biden is more likely to tell Israel, like, hey, like,
Get your ass out of here.
hey, you're not going to do this or that, because he's already sanctioned some people in the West Bank who are building outposts. I think that Biden would have a better handle on controlling Ukraine there, rather than Trump, who
I
feel
don't
would give him
care.
unconditional support.
Seb?
Controlling Israel, I think. I don't know if I just said Ukraine.
Yeah,
or Israel,
you meant Israel.
Yeah, okay.
Seb, if the people of the United States vote for President Trump in 2014, how is he? You said the world's on fire. 24. We're all getting everything wrong. Let's start again. If the the people can't do it. If the people,
If he wins, if the good guy wins.
I'm neutral in this debate, Seb. If
You just wrote a book on saving Western civilization.
I did. I'm not sure electing Donald Trump is the only way to do that, but if the people of the United States elect President Trump again to be their leader, you said the world is on fire.
Yeah.
How is he going to extinguish those fires and bring peace to the world?
Well, at the risk of talking about what I did in the White House, because they're just stories, but, I think they
Come on,
matter
Seb.
historically.
Come on, be the bigger man. Come on.
I got this question asked all the time when we were there, saying, what's President Trump's national security stance? What's his foreign policy stance? What makes him different? And I just spent 2.5 years teaching the Marines at Quantico, and I just stole their motto. I said, under President Trump as Commander-in-Chief, no better friend, no worse enemy. And it's exactly what we
Hell
did.
yeah.
The bad guys around the world were petrified. Good guys felt safe, whether it's Israel, the UK, NATO nations. They understood American leadership was back. With regards to specific conflicts, President Trump has said what he's going to do in the Ukraine. He will end the fighting very rapidly by, behind closed doors, saying to Zelensky, look, I know you want your country back, but you have to sit down and negotiate. It has to happen now, and I'll help you. And then he says to Vladimir Putin the obverse of what you were positing. He says,
Vladimir
you
Putin.
need to sit down now with Kiev, or the aid we have given already will be minuscule to what I'm going to give Zelensky.
May I pause you there?
Yes.
Because this is an important thing to tease
Yes.
out. That is one of the reasons that to me seems like a credible way of solving that conflict. I've said this from day one. Whoever does that deal has to go in with a carrot and a stick.
Correct.
How is Donald Trump going to go in there and make the claim that he will quadruple or 10x the aid that's already been given to Ukraine when half his own party basically supports Russia at this point? I mean, that's an exaggeration. That's an unfair thing to say. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But that's not a public discussion. I very specifically said
No, but
behind closed
why
doors.
would Putin believe that threat?
Because he's made a measure of this man for 4 years. He understands that this isn't about bluff. When you decide to use chemical weapons, we'll turn your chemical weapons base into a sheet of glass. If you're planning to kill 600 US servicemen in the Middle East, will kill you with a drone as you're on your way to meet the puppet prime minister of Iraq. That's what we did to Qasem Soleimani.
I know, but
He knows the words mean something.
yes, but I'm just saying, if Putin's thinking about it logically,
Right.
which I believe he is, then he will say, look, Donald Trump is saying to me he's going to throw the kitchen sink
Right.
and give everything Ukraine that they possibly could get. But at the same time, I see the internal divisions that we've talked about already. How is Donald Trump going to sell this to his own party when half of the people involved are really against helping Ukraine at all? And that seems to me like a not particularly credible threat, even if it's coming from Donald Trump.
But again, you're mixing open political communications with what is done behind closed doors.
I know, but-
Diplomatic. He doesn't have to go to Congress and say, I'm about to tell Vlad this, and you better back me up. That's not how it works.
Yeah, let's just clarify this. What I'm saying is, let's say that they are sitting behind closed
Right.
doors. Why would Vladimir Putin believe the
Oh,
threat
oh,
if he knows that Donald Trump
Yeah.
can't then go back and actually sell the 10x of support to his own people?
Because it's a risky bet to say
It's a risky bet.
he can't communicate this to his base, and I'm not going to take him seriously. That's a very dangerous. I mean, did you watch the Victory Day parade yesterday
In Moscow with one tank.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Not just one tank. It was one P-34,
Yeah.
not even a T-80, right? During the Cold War, it was Scud missiles, it was ZS-3, 324s, it was hundreds of tanks. One tank from the 1930s. I don't think he can risk hundreds of thousands of Russians on the off chance that, he
Nope,
may not get
but
that
I
support
could.
from Congress. I'm just gonna bluff him out.
Let me ask you a different
Yeah.
way. Do you think it's credible to argue that Donald Trump could get the Republican Party to 10x support for Ukraine? You think he can sell that? You think he can
Well,
persuade
look, he
people?
wrote the art of the deal. The party is really
He wrote a book.
with Lara, co-chair of the RNC, with a lot of the rhinos actually resigning or not running again this year. I'm worried.
But it's not the rhinos who are the problem on Ukraine.
No, it's the isolationists. But I don't think the isolationists can go up against President Trump and say, yeah, sorry, you won the election, you're the president, but we're gonna, we're not behind you.
You think he can take the party with him on that?
I think he can, but I think the more important thing is he can convince Putin behind closed doors that, dude, don't risk it. It's not worth it. And with regards to everything else, it's really quite amusing now that we're 6 months away from the election. I'm doing more and more international media. And when, the news agency of Sweden or Poland or whatever comes and they say, so what's it going to be like if President Trump wins? And I always say, were you alive when he was president? It was only a few years ago. It's going to be a redo of that.
Sure.
So whether it's China policy, it's going to be a very forthright, robust economic trade war with China. Whether it's the mullahs, it's going to be, the swingeing sanctions regime we put in place that almost had the whole of the economy of the IRGC on its knees by the end of the Trump administration. With regards to NATO, we'll be back to what the current Secretary General, Stoltenberg, who's a former left-wing prime minister and minister of the environment, said is absolutely what it should be, with increased spending.
Lol.
Remember, meeting its 2% of GDP target force goals. So if you want to know what it's going to be like, it'll be like the Trump administration the first time around, with the special addition of the deal with Vladimir Putin to scare him into negotiating. And then with regards to Israel, it's pretty obvious. This is the most philo-Semitic president since 1948 in the rebirth of Israel. And I expect President Trump to give Israel everything they need.
And how will he look to settle that issue long term? Because obviously that's an ongoing conflict.
Right.
It has been. I feel like the world has come to a point where everyone is horrified by what
Everyone's gay.
what their political position is. The fact that conflict is happening is horrific, and it has reached horrific levels of mass
Yeah.
killing, right?
Right, but we also have people on U.S. campuses who are chanting from the river to the sea. So they may be horrified, but they're actually on the wrong side of that conflict. Look, with regards to the Middle East, we'll try and revivify the Abraham Accords. But with regards to Gaza, we have to be very blunt here. They have to kill every terrorist, every single terrorist responsible for October the 7th. But if you look at every poll, there's been 3 significant polls taken since October the 7th of Gazan residents. And between 72 and 78% of the residents support what happened on October the 7th. That is not something that is military.
Isn't there a hole in this chair?
You have an environment, you have a population that supports genocidal murder of women and children. I think the long-term solution, it's an un-American answer because it's not really a solution. We tend to think we can solve everything. It's a far more European one. Israel, after October the 7th, has to kill everyone responsible for that attack, and then they will be responsible for the security of Gaza for the foreseeable future. Not Hamas, not anybody else.
Israel. Do we then not go back to square one, where essentially Israel is living with a population who are being badly treated, or feel that, let's just use neutral language, who feel that they're being very badly treated, they're oppressed, they're going to rise up against it, and we're just going to have more.
Yeah, good.
And all of this horror is just going to continue.
I'm
not saying I have a better answer, by the way.
This was my thing for 20 years, was counterterrorism policy. Effective counterterrorism is about attacking 2 things. It's like any enemy, really. You have to attack their capability to hurt you, and you have to undermine their will to hurt you. The Israelis have been very good at the capability thing, right? We take out their chief bomb makers, we interdict their supply of arms from Iran and elsewhere. The question is the will thing. Will you create more terrorists? There's no really good solution to that. Why? Because the Arab states of the region don't want any Gazans. I mean, Egypt does not want any more Palestinians. Jordan is full of Palestinian quote-unquote refugees. If the Arab Muslim nations don't want that problem, Israel has to contain it. It's not neat, but it's the best thing they can do given the conditions that you have.
I wish I was a neat.
Population are pro-terrorism.
Well, gentlemen, we've had a great hour and a half. We've got one segment that we still haven't covered, which is what's happening on U.S. college campuses. I imagine you see that very differently. That ties into the election because of Biden and Trump and how they've responded to that. We're going to go to locals to talk about that and answer questions from you guys, which I will be putting to both Stephen and Seb. Head on over to locals right now for the rest of this debate.
Fuck.
The question I ask you...
They tricked me.
...is a question I can't ask you on YouTube, which is about January the 6th and everything that happened around that. Do you believe the 2020 election was stolen?
So to say that he went along with the peaceful transfer of power is just a lie.
Well, he did, because he
not
left
only
the White House.
Yes, after he failed to steal the election.
Such epic music for just what's supposed to be a debate. Chill, bro.
Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to announce my new tour.
My new tour. Alright, that's enough politics for right now. And the right bumper is broken. Time to restart that game. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of a beast. Ah, Bandai Namco flashbang. he looks depressarinoed. Hello, sir. Let's have a duel. I win. Look at this rotten bastard. Can you last against 2 mages? You won't last 30 seconds against these whores. What a dickhead. Where's all the pussy at? That's a big boot. Bigger boot. How about the knave? The Bow of Black. You dickhead. Need to find a site of grace. I think I hear one. Oh, I did. No worshipping. Ow. Oh. Ouch. That's right, you little fucker. Eh. I am the greatest. Infinite Days. Is this a ladder? Oh, I can't climb it. Fuck. I was about to say, I don't ever remember that being there. I almost thought I found a new secret. Blood of the guilty. That's what we call in America the ghetto. Shock on dots. That's right, I'm not one to be fucked with. And that was kind of worthless coming down here. Lost ashes? Snore. Look at this goob. Omen smirk. What a smug little bastard. What can I craft? Oh! Dude, where did you guys come from? That scared me. Fill those jars with what? Like how all you need to make the soap is a melted mushroom? I'm actually pretty sure, like, the only time I used the jars was to get Alexander out of that thing. But apparently they, like, there's a whole build for it, so maybe it's actually, like, not dog shit. Sorry. But I know you're gonna attack me. Oh. Neat. Yeah, no fear. For the grace, for the might of the Lord, for the home of the holy. for the grace of, for the way of the sword, give their lives so boldly. I'm gonna need you to fill these up with what? Oh, fuck. I didn't think he'd turn around like that. Asshole. I did nothing to you. I would have been willing to extend my hand in friendship, yet you spat in my mouth. Cannot open from this side. Noted. Thought I liked what, getting spit in my mouth? Only if it's with someone I care about. Also, hi, Ollie. Oh, no, 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 no. Woo! That was a close one. I'm always winning. All I do is win, 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 win. Today, we're gonna go meet the poo-poo gobbler. Man, these meese hurt. Stupid flower. Yeah, I'm gonna spam against something that's cheating. He can poison me. Fuck him. Also, he's in my way. Besides, you wanted this. You asked for this build. Why's the dung eater disappeared? Do I really have to go back to the fucking table and talk to him and then he'll be like, yeah, I'm over there. I'm banging my head against the fucking metaphorical table because I'm a retard?
You have felt the cup, I can smell it on you. Apparently my seedbed is ripened when it was a brief respite. I'll go and unshackle my corporeal trapped in the sewer jail. I can then the pox will now trapped in it. I can then the pox.
And the pokes will get your arse. You have anything new to say?
There are 4 more demigods, yet Nicola of the Helix, twin, Melania, Lunar Princess Rani, daughter to and the one only known. Rani is said to have cast a straw here at the hold. We seek the whereabouts of them. If you should learn anything of it, I'll trade you for we both as such. Find the owl, she hides in it, she knows. There are 4 Nicola, his twin, Lunar Princess Rani a straw here. If you should learn, I'll trade we both design as such.
I don't give a fuck what you desire, old man. Well, how are you, Ollie? How's your day going?
No. Oh, don't pay me any, just lay out.
Dude, sorcery scaling is nuts on this. So is this actually.
In this ash, it reminds me of
Usual job hunting routine, nothing much is happening. Alright. Tarkov getting any better or still suck on that whole update mess? I mean, it's not that it sucks, it's just that there's a lot of decisions that people just thought was stupid. There's still, like, there's still the whole thing about being able to call in somebody in the middle of a raid, which nobody likes. Like, nobody thinks that's a good idea. But we don't know really what's gonna happen with that. Like, Nikita's doing his best to try to, like, say he's sorry and make up for it, but... Oh wait, this isn't the right one. This is the right one. A lot of people, and rightfully so, a lot of people are still, like, wary and upset and confused about it. Jesus. Got his dumb ass. Yeah. Yeah, that's why a lot of people are so upset about it. It's because it just leads to an unfair advantage for no reason. And, like, apparently it's supposed to have limited use, but, like, I wouldn't want that to happen just... Even if it happens, like, say, once a week, I still wouldn't want that to happen. And two, I think I wouldn't use it because I think it's unfun, like, it's shit to do to somebody, especially in that type of a game. Like, if it was like Call of Duty... If it was something like Call of Duty, it wouldn't matter. Because there's not a lot to lose, but... Yeah. For the grace, for the might of the Lord, for the home of the holy. Full of grace with the way of the sword, give the life so boldly. Where's the fucking... Is the tree up there? Tree's up there, isn't it? Oh. There's a grace over here that I missed. And I need to get down there. And there should be a big fuck off tree branch. Where is it? Oh, there it is. It was covered. Oh no! I fucked up. Thanks. Whoa. First try. get to his chest. Have you beaten the giant sleeping dragon yet? Yes. Did I cheese it? There's like literally no other way to do it. If you don't cheese it, you're just gay. Yeah, but if I kill the big dragon and all the little dragons just die, then I don't have to do shit. You get all the drop items? Yeah. I'm telling you, Ollie, it's like the only way to do it. Now we go say hi to Grank. Oh, is he mad? Did not think that would go through the pillar. Now I can't fight him. Damn it. Oh! He's still mad. Fucking dickhead. Feed you, you fucking... Almost killed me, guy. That's the biggest chicken I ever did see. Get him! Get him! That's the Kamehameha I was telling you about. Damn, I gotta level up again. Now I can wield that, Moonlight Greatsword. No, I can use it too, but it just takes a long time to, like, charge up. So I don't use it in a lot of fights. There's a bat over here. Everybody say stop. Hey, what's that sound? All the mammoths are in the ground. I have no idea if this will kill or not. Well, now we know. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Ugh. is not joining me today. I met her on a dating app. But none of our talk was about, like, dating or anything. We talked about Metal Gear Solid. Oh, that was scary. Hello. Did I shit my pants fighting that boss? No. I just regularly shit my pants. How did you know that you can hug that ledge? I didn't. I just prayed and hoped. And lo and behold, it worked. Also, where did you meet Violet anyway? Mutual Discord friend, never seen them before. I met them through a dating app. But, on that, like, we didn't even talk about actual dating when we met each other. We talked about, shit, what is it? Metal Gear Solid. It is pretty based, honestly. And fill our bellies with diet soda and play Burnout Revenge on the PS2. Oh, this is where this okay. I get it now. Did I play all the game? What do you mean? No, I'm just like tying up loose ends that I just remembered. Oh, the medals? Yeah, I've played all of them. The only ones I didn't play were the handheld ones. Like Acid. But anything to do with the main series I played. Even like the old, like MS-DOS ones I played. Amu likes Metal Gear? That's sick. That's fucking sick, bruh. Free heckin' runes, dude. Don't shoot me. Don't you do it. Ouch. Anything over here? Oh. Well. How unfortunate for him. It's a large pot. Got a lot of health. But I have magic. Alright. Next. Oh! How did I not interrupt them? Bubkus. Alright, this time it's for real. What? That was one hit. That was one hit. Holy shit. Alright, yeah, I'm cheesing this. I'm cheesing this. Because that's just not fair. You're one to talk. Nope, you gotta fight dishonor with dishonor. Oh, look at her throw a temper tantrum. Using the same swords as me, you bastard. Really thought your magic could outdo my magic? Hmm. Are we allowed in here? Oh, we are. Oh, I thought that killed. That one's on me. Now it's time to run.
Who are you? I've been ill. I will kill again, just to be sure he'll be cursed. Alone. I will kill again, just to be sure he'll be cursed.
Woogie. What this way? This is how it looks in my intestines. Hey Ollie, do you know anything about Snapchat? I guess not. Yo. There is a second one. Shit. No, 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 no. I don't like it in here. Did I just walk by you? Nice. Nice. Come on! I can't take... I can't keep doing Wars of Attrition anymore. My health's just not built for it. Uh-oh. Asshole. How many of you are there? Oh yeah. Have to do a little peanut jig. Need to do a little peanut jig. Whew. That one had me frightened. Not gonna lie. There he goes. Fuck. Hello, you. Filthy gosh dang asshole. Oh god. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair. Gets me overwhelmed. You smile at the ground. It's not hard to smell. It's not open from this side. Stupid ass. Where all the pussy at? Oh, is this death? It isn't. Oh. Ow. Asshole. Actually, yeah, I think I do need to go this way. He disconnected. He fucked me up. None your business, mate. Ow. Can I make that from here? Nope. If you could see what I could see, you'd understand what I want you. Homosexually. What? Yo. Try toxic butthole. Oh, there's someone above me. He's right above me, isn't he? Ooh. Freezing grease. Jag vågen digger. What an asshole. Oh god. Shadow bait, huh? What? Oh. Fucking damn. Got the kind of snipers I was dealing with. These crawdads are the worst. Stupid ass. Asshole. Whoa, shackle. What in here? Rotten bastard. Oh. Yeah, I knew I remembered there was a shortcut. Alright, you guys have way too much health. Not dealing with you. Crucible Scale Talisman. This is damage taken from critical hits. I really don't like fighting these guys because I know they've gone through shit in their life, but hey man, started. You almost had me. Oh, man. Wait, what's over here, then? Is it nothing? No! Damn it. Well. Got this, I guess. Look at that fucking hood. That clitorial hood. Yeah, how do I get over there? One would assume you'd get there, through here. Whoever put that message there is a stupid cunt. And they did that on purpose. They should kill themselves in real life and not in a video game. That's a big old rat. A rat! What a filthy goddamn asshole. I killed your father. Subterranean shitting ground. Let's go, dung boy. No, dung eater. You have so much poop to gobble. That sneaky little Morgat. Damn it. Actually, let me. This is gonna give me brain worms if I don't do this. Oh, that's Thorn Sorcery? Be funny if it was like Holy Sorcery. Up. Oh, wait. Oh, adds distance. Lightning grease. Drake. Shithid. I forgot there were two. Never forget that there's two. What? Come on, those have to come back. Those have to come back. Please. Fuck. Oh. Well then. Problem solved itself, I guess. Fuck. I probably don't even need my little mimic. Electric lizard. No, it's a holy lizard. Actually, I don't know what it is. It calls itself like a tree, ulcerated tree. Spirit. That was like holy fire. That wasn't lightning. Nice try though. I need 5 golden seeds. Ugh. Yeah, right. I'm a robot guy. Shoot lasers out of my eyes. Fuck. I let him blow his horn. Oop. Ow. Ouch. Oh, Ollie, I was asking you earlier, um, how much do you know about, like, Snapchat? Okay, do you know what the different colors mean whenever someone sends you a picture? Like, if the picture is red or, uh, purple? Look at this little bastard. Yeah, that's right. I'm the big shishi of the block right now. Because there's this chick that's talking to me, and there are certain colors that I keep seeing, but, like, I'm starting to feel that some of the colors means she's sending it to more than just me. But I don't know, and I don't want to call her out on it until I know. They're square icons, but one is purple and one is red. Red square icon. A filled red square icon means you have new unopened snaps without audio waiting for you to check out. It indicates that you have received new snaps. Purple icon. A purple filled that you've received a snap with audio. Oh. Okay. So it has nothing to do with Well, I thought it would tell me if she was like sending it to multiple people. Well, now my suspicions are not correct. Now I can't call a bitch a whore when I want to call her a whore. Didn't reach. Whoa, that killed in one? Damn. Magic has no business being this strong. Did you know I'm not even at like the max like soft cap for like how much magic damage does? One thing I don't like about dating culture in the US is they have no commitment. Yeah. Don't I know it? Almost need 100,000 runes to level up. Too open about fucking. They literally fuck anywhere. Yeah. It is a sickness of the highest order. Dude, these guys are my friends. Oh god, never mind. Look at this big old dragon. He's huge. You bastard. Thought you could take me, could you? Oh! My arse. What a dickhead. He even killed his little buddies. Oh god.
All right, mate. Yeah, never thought I would. It was that monster.
Oh, that chick I was talking to, I think she lost interest, and just when I open up to her about my life story, she just say nah, boring, and fall asleep. Damn. Can't say that doesn't happen to me though. That happens to me quite often. Oh no!
Fucking bloody end. For a jumped up little shit. Help me out. I don't want to get. I don't want to.
I won't let you die in vain. You.
Your corpse. In the parcel. Figure out.
She did not say that, but she did fall asleep, and then I got offended, so I sarcastically apologized to her for telling her my story, and we talk less ever since. Don't try not to do that either. Try to, like, if she loses interest, that's like, I know it's hard, but just don't bring it up. I check up on her, but she said she was sick, but little did she care if I has been sick or doing well. Yeah. Normally, if they don't say anything to you, I might have to request absolution though for killing him. He's the one who asked me to tell her. Alright, you little bastard.
There you warded off despite the curse, known as success. That you are, in fact, it is my flesh. Give defile my again until a cursed ring coalesces. Countless, and soon hundreds will be a few of
He wants me to shove spikes up his butthole.
my corporeal flesh. Give it your blessing until a cursed ring. My corporeal, give it your blood till a cursed ring.
The Dung Eater wants me to shove things inside of him so he becomes cursed. Which sounds pretty cursed in itself, but... Oh, no, no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Come at me. Oh, that dirty rat. I got toes. Two fingies. I apparently missed this on my very first playthrough up here. I don't know how. Stupidity. I will take that. Oh. God, Fry. Oh, I should level up. My stomach be hurting. Step on the little butthole. Sorry, Boyle. It's really nicer in this area on nighttime. Hello, Alan. Have you been in a relationship before? Not a long one. It lasted maybe about 2 months, and then she just started acting really weird, so I cut it off. She kept, like, wanting me to get her things. It was like she thought I was like her own personal bank account. I'm gonna summon the Great Ozaru. I don't know what that's supposed to fucking do. Well, like, she would keep being like, hey, do you mind giving me some money? It was clearly almost like she was just using me to give her money. It was all weird. What was I doing again? So a minor. Yeah, don't say it like that.
Graceless, tarnished. What is thy business with these thrones? prodigies, Mikola and Melania. General Radan, Praetor Rykard, Luna Princess Rani, willful traitors, all. Thy kind are all of a piece.
How else sound should I say person who out looking for potential victim to give them money? Yeah, gold digger?
Have it writ upon thy meager grave. Felled thy king Morgoth, last of all kings.
I'ma kick your ass. Morgoth.
Tarnished. The heart but of the Erd Tree wards off all who deign approach. We are
Yeah, I just blasted through their second phase. Their second phase where they exploded and made all those swords? That was the second phase.
none may claim the title of Elder Lord. Thy deeds shall be met with.
None may enter.
Hello again, old friend. Allow me a moment to converse with you. You were unable to enter the Erd Tree. No, prevented by the mantle of barbs. The thorns are impenetrable, a husk of the Erd Tree's being. The only way to stand and become the my purpose. So I'd like you to undertake to the flame of ruin. Then, and guide you.
Far beyond the mountain top.
I wish to journey with you to the flame then, and guide you. Shall I turn? Let my hand share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
Alright, I got a shit. I'll be back. Ow. Sorry that took a minute. Thank you, Ollie. So David's feeling pretty tired, so he's not going to be able to make it to the history segment today, so... It looks like we will just be playing more Elden Ring. Sad indeed. Back here. I'm a Dokkan streamer? I don't know if I can do that. I don't get, like, paid enough to sink money into doing all that content. Fuck. Motherfucker. What do you mean I don't need money? Well, to like get the newer units whenever they drop, like sometimes that shit ain't like not even like trying to rainbow them, like sometimes they just don't give you a single fucking one. But thanks, Ollie. I'm doing this stream for you, and now suddenly you want me to switch to Dokkan. Thanks. I'm doing my fucking best here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do that. I was always gonna do that. Not enough, do better. Not gonna lie, if I had strict Asian parents, I'd probably kill myself. Not all white parents are soft. No, not in Minecraft. Not even in Roblox. Yeah, so do you think maybe all societies are getting a little too soft? Not just white people? Oh yeah, I needed that thing to break the, Whoopsies. This reminds me, I want to hear David's thoughts on kids are becoming dumber and dumber. I mean, really, the whole world is. Look at these little fellers. They're exploding. Ow. Is this a fake wall over here? It is. And fill our bellies with diet soda. And smoke weed and play Burnout Revenge on the PS2. As Wizardo the Foolish, I am all-powerful and all-knowing. What do you mean it's blocked shut? Diet soda! the imp head doing there? In waterfalls of caramel. Filthy gosh dang asshole. And waterfalls of caramel. I knew you were up there, shit lips. Why didn't I roll? What you having for breakfast? I'm not having anything for breakfast. I'm not hungry yet. I pretty much ate like a whole pizza whenever I woke up, so that kind of satiated me for the entire day. Long Haft Axe? That's a weird name. Medium size and American, I believe. So probably large for you guys. You ever seen like a regular sized vinyl record? Probably about as big as that. Like I guess 16-inch. What sucks about pizza is I really like pizza, but I like have to like I could eat like a whole extra large pizza, which that's like huge. Like even by America standards, that's a really big pizza. But like I have to discipline myself because I could eat a whole pizza in one sitting. I can't believe how fucking powerful this katana is. It's kind of disgusting how good it is. You know what? Let's try something else for one. Well, I don't have it leveled up. Fucking damn it! 12-inch is a big size here for Domino. Maybe it was a 12-inch pizza. It wasn't. I think it. The pizza I had was either a large. It wasn't. I know it wasn't an extra large. So it was either a large or a medium. So. Oh, he's fighting back. That little asshole. Alfresco sounds pretty, like, that, I don't, something about the name Alfresco sounds like a really good restaurant to me. Pizza Hut sucks in America, but I think Pizza Hut in Japan apparently slaps. $13, dude. That's a steal over here for a pizza. Yeah, we don't have very many Pizza Huts over here in the United States anymore. They kinda, they didn't go out of business, but they're just not popular around here. Like, they used to be way back in the day, but they kinda just, I don't know, they just started sucking really bad. On happy days, every pizza place here all has Happy Day. You can buy one, get what? What's Happy Day? I want a Happy Day. Happy Day sounds fucking sick. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, depending on the pizza place. It's almost like 3 out of 7 days. Jesus. What other Italian places do you have? Like, not just pizza places, but, like, Italian. Local brands? That's a lot of HP. We used to have Subway, but they did not do very well in our culture. Why is that? Yeah, I know, Subway sandwich, why didn't it do well? Subway does pretty well over here. They can't compete to our Banh Mi? What's Banh Mi? Is that like a sandwich shop? Alright, I'm gonna save up for next year. I'm gonna travel to Vietnam. Gonna try to use vacation. If you could see what I could see, you'd understand why I want to kill you so desperately. Can you take a break from Elden Ring? I will send you some clips about our food. I don't know, man. Don't just make me hungry. Hunger. On me is like a sub or baguette. We put stuff like pickled veggies, or meat. Technically anything you can think of, actually. Grilled beef. Shut up! I'm getting hungry now. You fucker. That's only the banh mi. We also have a huge selection of noodle, too. Every Asian has a giant selection of noodle and rice. What do you mean? Oh god, I'm poisoned. Little Wizard. I can't fucking see, man. Trio ahead. Zeba Zuba, Zaba Zuba. Steak of Marika. Hey, listen. Listen, my lovely babe. Black Blade Kindred. That's right. Have you heard of sticky rice? I have. I am Gandalf. I will kill you. Oh. Well, there went the moon. And fried chicken skin. Ow. I haven't... Fried chicken skin isn't really that big of a thing because mostly people here just have fried chicken. But I would imagine fried chicken skin is much like pork rind. That being said, I would probably love fried chicken skin. Less airy. So it's more like almost like a closer to a jerky then, or is it like a crunchier, more crunchy? Okay. See, I like that. Dorito, okay. Have you ever had spicy sweet chili Doritos? What is yours made of? That's what they're supposed. Doritos are supposed to be, corn chips. Potato? No, your Doritos are gay. I don't even know what they're supposed to be. Mostly eat Orion or Oishi brand potato chips or Lay's. Blue and red flavored ones? Oh, yeah, those are the Cool Ranch and then nacho cheese. The Cool Ranch one is okay. I'm not a big fan of the nacho cheese, but the spicy sweet chili, which is in a purple bag, that is probably the best Dorito in the world. So I don't know if No Show Noah is going to show up today. Mountain tops of the giants.
Finally, we meet the Tarnished, who would be Lord. Oh my, that you were previously acquainted with this vessel well. That is most unfortunate, for he is dead. As for his flesh, he gave it to me. Shabriri, I hope you can make your peace with that. You are about to sacrifice something, the life of a fair maiden, only so that you may be lord. What a horrible thing to ponder. Your ascendancy.
It's called spicy sweet chili. $10 for a bag? Jesus.
Chosen tarnished, and would be spare if you are prepared to show and attain lordship through, then heed the word. Chosen tarnished, descend into Sigordi. If you inherit, then the girl setting you on the path, burn the earth and incinerate. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take the world. Descend into
I like this guy. I know it's imported, but still, bag of chips? For that much? How are you still here, Bernardo? Oh. This guy's quick! Ruffles are pretty good. Ruffles have Ridge's ass. Get hecked. Well, I can talk to Melina? Here? Really?
There is something my purpose was at now. I have set my heart regardless. I won't allow anyone, not even you.
Okay. Didn't ask.
greetings. Oh, what have very well. Let heresy is all thing. Oh, very
What, Ruffles?
heresy all things can be conjoined. Is there something?
shiny castle. Just desserts for falling for that severed harpy. A surprise that guilty cretin took the castle and our storied sword. Not our sword. He poked me in the butt. What do you mean next time I come there? I've never been there yet, Holly. Just saying. Fair enough, I guess. Woo! You're fast. Give me the Asian market name, the one near you. I don't know of any Asian market near me. I barely know where the restaurants are. And most of the restaurants are either Chinese or Japanese. I only know of one Thai place, and that's like really far away from me. Shouldn't Millicent be summonable here? I guess they worship the millennia here. Poor suckers. So where were you planning to go to buy Asian stuff? Just at the grocery stores? Like, there are grocery stores that carry, like, Asian food and stuff. They have, like, a little, like, Oriental section. Uh, mm, Not really like Costco, more a little bit smaller than that. Like a regular grocery store. But I guess if that's the closest we can get to, yeah, kind of like Costco. Yeah, more like Target. What a bitch. Oh, here we go. Ow. Fucking dickhole. What over here? Nothing, really? Leave him alone. That missed, wow. Y'all. Get absolutely styled on, bastard. I see no god up here other than me. That an incantation or a spell? Alright, it is a spell. I see penguingo. I'm proud of you that you ate dinner. You tried any other noodle aside from pho? I've never had pho. That's what we're trying to figure out, Ollie. That's what we're trying to help me with. I've had like a bunch of other like noodles except for like pho or pho. However you pronounce it. Oh god. It's like using a gun with a silencer. They will never see me. They never even knew. Poor bastards. The beefsteak quivers. The clowner's cock rose. Summoning pool's right here, really? That's crazy. Oh, the roll didn't come out at the time I wanted it to. I am Gandalfi, the dictator. Oh. Hot boys. They like making noise. I'm getting hungry. Give me that ritual pot. That ritual pot, mate. VTuber wrestling event? I have not. Who's in it? These guys just went kamikaze into you. Yeah, they sure did. Hollow Star, Idly In, and some indies? Who's Hollow Star? Fillion. Fillion's a fucking nut. Oh, so it is HoloLive? And Fillion's a part of it too? Damn. I mean, Fillion kind of deserves it. She's like... She's got a very unique way of her style. Oh! She does have really good timing, yeah. Have you ever heard of Asmongold? Some ex-Niji talent? Hugo, Asuma, Pomu, and Selen? Oh, is Pomu ex-Niji Sanji? Oh shit! A cat! A cat! Zen and Nero was there too? I hope this was all on a VOD, because I kind of want to watch that now. What, were they playing a wrestling game? uh. They technically played a wrestling game, okay. Create their own avatar, let them fight to the death. Okay. I am not aiming very well. Still isn't technically what I need. I need to find the fucking lever. Hello! How big is my sword? It's a katana. Can't you shoot them? I can, but I can't lock onto them until they activate. What the fuck? Excuse me? It literally just leaned on me and I died. Bye, asshole. Idiot. Does it cost anything for you to do one of those Zoro flying slashes? Yes. Cost me mana. That blue bar you see up there, it costs that. What an idiot. What a moron. Catch up with One Piece? Not yet. I kind of want to wait till the series is over before I go back. Both. You need to wait at least 5 more years. Didn't he say it should be finished in like 2 or 3? Like, they're pretty close. Tail Beast arc? Zuma, 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 zuma. I hated that guy. Hey boys, how's your health plan? My horse! Zuma, 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 zuma. so dramatic. I haven't watched all of the Kaido arc. Or Wano, is that what it's called? Wano, more like wino, because I'm an alcoholic. It's a joke, Ollie. Jesus. Can't say anything around you. You take it too literally, like a woman. Everybody point and laugh. Ollie's a woman. Ollie's got a vagina where his asshole should be. Bro, if I could, I would do a Let's Watch on Twitch of all of One Piece. I would marathon the entirety of One Piece. Mute and get a filter? What do you mean? I'm pretty sure whatever company owns that series will still try to sue me. Who do you think I watch One Piece on? I have no idea. I can't stream it to a VPN. Like, even if I use a VPN, if I stream it on Twitch, they'll, like, come after me. That's what I meant. I'm talking about streaming. In Discord, it doesn't matter. Like, I can do whatever I want on Discord, but... yeah, Twitch will likely try to get it all shut down.
What could your purpose be? I know well enough who you are. Call upon me again. I'm searching for a fort. I heard the mass indeed. I believe that is the Halic tree is hidden. I'm searching for
I love you, Melania. I mean, Millicent. People watch it but mute the video and have a blur or censor filter on it. Yeah, but then it's like, what's the point? In that case, why even stream it? I mean, I get if you're that desperate. Look at this asshole. Zoom, 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 zoom. I wonder if his name is Queen because is like supposed to be musical like Queen, the rock band. The beefsteak quivers. Oh, Christ. Wrong. I think it is his rank. So his rank is Queen? Ugh. What time is it? It's almost 9 o'clock. Let's go ahead and end it for today, shall we? The fire paradardle gay. The paradardle gay. See if there's anyone worth raiding. Esley's playing Call of Duty? That's not right. Ooh, Ellie's drawing? Oh, she's using her old thingy. What's Chud Logic yapping about though? You won't care about that, so we'll go back to Ellie. There we go. Give her my regards. I love you guys. Yeah. I love you guys, and I hope to see you all again.
Oh, Shishi! Hi! The raid is still being weird. What were you playing? I hope you're doing well. The Pig Video Games, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, Elden Ring. How was it? No damage? That's awesome. Look, as long as you're feeling good about it, right? No damage thing was a joke. Damn it, it would have been funny. At the sign, got yotte no? 楽しかったか? What is sleep? Oh, that doesn't attach to my hair. There we go, that's better. Ta-da! I need my hair to catch up on the shaking. It might be the internet. Possibly the internet. Probably the internet. I turned off my fan and it's now a little bit hot. I can't win. Right in center again. Ow! Why not have the blanket on and the fan on? Maybe. I don't know. Temperature adjustment is fun. やっぱたまには飲みに行ってようのいいよね。たまにならいいんだよね。なんかそれがいつもだとなんか刺激が足りなくなってくんだろうけど、たまにやるから楽しいんだよな、多分。いや、どんなこと思わないから。そんな感じはする。
Sorry, I don't speak Spanish.
Magic is a busted stat. Literally only using Moonveil Katana to carry through the game. Oh, really? Sometimes I feel the same as you do. You and I do, and feel okay. Wait. Like have the blanket on and things. It's probably like the most sound advice. I don't speak neither. 茶をじっくりすすってくれ。せやね、そうしよう。飲んではいるんよ。でも多分ね、逆にそれのせいで熱くなってる。いや、あったけ飲み物飲んでんだから当然だろうっていう意見は置いといて。¿Cómo estás? Yeah, I'm doing alright. I think that was the response. I think that's the correct response. Holy shit, if I'm wrong, I'm so sorry. Ah, Kana!